Members of Darlington Borough Council, ladies and gentlemen, the meeting is now being live streamed. Please receive the Worshipful, the Mayor of Darlington, Councillor Chris McEwen.
I was on mute. Apologies, colleagues, I was on mute and hiding my screen. There is no failure, only feedback. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this ordinary meeting of the Council. Before we start, I'd like to invite Iman Saeed Salah to say a few brief words. He is a member of my mayoral chaplaincy team, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce him to impart some words of wisdom to us. Saeed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And like always, before we start something very important, as this is the council meeting, I would like to read the prayer of what we as Muslims pray every single time. So I'm going to start. Let's hope you don't get bored and don't fall asleep. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-siratal mustaqim. صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. Ameen. All praises belong to Allah, Lord of the worlds, the most compassionate, the all-merciful, Master of the Day of Judgment. We only worship you and we only seek help from you. Guide us towards the straight path, the path of those upon whom you conferred favors, not upon those whom anger descended, nor of ones astray. I thank everybody again for listening to me, and I've got maybe 3 minutes to 5 minutes to give a small little speech. I apologize, as I can see on my camera, everybody who's here, I feel like everybody's older than me, so I feel very immature, and I feel like I have to give a bit of advice to everybody. But advice is needed from everybody. Sometimes we learn from children. That's the best way to learn as well. And learning, there is no end to it. So today I'm going to only point out 2 examples that relate to most of the people. I'm going to mention an example of myself, and I'm going to give an example that the whole world celebrates. The first example that I'm going to give is Christmas. Christmas is just around the corner. I know it's very hard. Everybody's struggling, the pandemic, everything. Christmas is a time where everybody, nearly the whole world celebrates. But me as a Muslim, I don't celebrate Christmas, but when Christmas time comes, even there's a joy on my face as well. The reason is I can see everybody giving presents. I see everybody helping each other out. It has an effect on the other people surrounding as well. So that's the first example. Second example I want to give is regarding myself. So as a Muslim, everybody knows, and everybody sometimes compares Christmas to Ramadan. Ramadan is a time where Muslims fast for the whole month. Now, we start fasting from sunrise all the way till sunset. For the past few years, it's been very hard for us. It was about, we fast about 17 to 18 hours. So no eating, no drinking, and obviously no sexual activity if those people who are married or even with partners. People always turn around and say to me, how is it possible? How do you guys do it? But you know, it's very simple. It's very easy, the answer. You know, the whole globe, the whole Muslims around the whole globe, they're all fasting. They're all fasting. So it makes my life easy as well. Just me knowing somebody else is fasting. So it gives me that support. So these two examples, not only that, whilst I've been working in takeaway, before I used to work for Indian takeaway, I know everybody likes Indian curries. So people, when I'm fasting, they ask me, oh, I'm very sorry, I have to order this for myself. It must affect you. But it doesn't affect us. The main thing is that them even realizing or understanding that we're fasting, that gives us enormous joy. That gives us enormous joy. So these two examples, there's two things you can take from them. One thing is unity. When everybody else is going through the hardship, it becomes easier for us. Second thing is tolerance. Remember, in unity, there is tolerance. If I don't celebrate Christmas, I can still take the benefit of there's still goodness coming from it. Everybody's happy. There's hardly any criminal activity. It goes down and everybody stays happy at those times. So those two things. Now, the point that I was the reason why I gave those two examples is that every time before I start speaking, I try to put always a question in the audience's mind. Why is it that I use these two examples? These two examples is to show that at the current moment right now, we are going through a crisis, which is a pandemic. Everybody's struggling. Now, unity is more needed now than ever. And only through unity, this pandemic will go away. Now, this unity, it comes in many forms. People are stuck in their houses. They're working 24/7 through their phone, through the laptop, and they're getting bored, they're getting agitated. How can we help out? We can help by even giving a call to somebody. Are you okay? Are you okay? Not only that, we know our own neighbors. If they are isolating themselves, we can do their shopping for them. Now, this is unity. This is part of unity. And this is the brief message that I want to give to everybody. Obviously, I feel ashamed, firstly. I'm really young in age, and I'm giving advice to everybody. But my teacher always said, the best advice is where you can learn from a child, meaning from a young person. Sometimes, obviously, my heart is not perfect, but a young child, their heart is soft and it is pure. And when they say stuff, it is pure. So through that, that's the reason advice is for everyone. And I will take your leave, and I will apologize if I've said anything wrong or if I've hurt anybody's feeling. Please, I ask forgiveness firstly, and this is my first time. So I think everybody can tell I'm a bit nervous. You guys are experts. So thank you, thank you, Chris, Mr. Mayor, and enjoy the meeting. And one last thing I want to mention, sorry, Mr. Mayor, that if unity is started from here, Darlington, the whole world will see this example. Now through Darlington, it will spread through the Northeast. And through Northeast, it will spread towards the full England. And through England, we can get to the whole world. And that's what we need. Everything will be perfect.
Thank you,
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Saeed. You're not young, you're younger. And some wise word from somebody younger than some of us, but not all. I'm not going to comment on age. And Also, I'm sure that we are all going to enjoy this meeting. Thank you again, Saeed, and I look forward to meeting with you soon within regulations, as I always say. You're welcome to watch the rest of the proceedings. Colleagues, I'm confident that I don't need to speak at length regarding the virtual meeting protocols. We are well versed in those protocols. However, just a quick reminder, microphones should remain muted at all times during the meeting unless you're invited to speak, at which point you should unmute your microphone and address the meeting, subsequently remembering to place your microphone back on mute once you've finished speaking. I'm sure we'll all get that. If you do wish to speak, you should indicate this by using the raise hand function on the menu control bar. I'm being supported by Democratic Services staff who are going to help me keep track of who's wanting to speak. It may take a little time to relay any messages, so please bear with me on this, and I'd ask for your patience and understanding. Once you've spoken, please can I ask that you lower your virtual hand once again. And in terms of meeting, how we conduct this meeting, I will not repeat what I said in my letter other than to say I expect courtesy, and I'm confident we'll have that in this meeting. And also I would appreciate if asking questions, you could indicate where appropriate what paragraph you're referring to, and also seek to be brief. And that advice or request also applies to responders, those being questioned. I'm not wishing to curtail debate, I'm just being pragmatic and cognizant of the time it takes to run this kind of meeting. I have absolute confidence in every single one of you. Moving now, item number 1 is attendance at the meeting. We undertook a roll call as members joined the meeting just before we began, and I can confirm that we have 45 members in attendance using Teams. Ahead of the meeting, apologies were received from Councillors Linda Hughes and Councillor Lister. Members who have not joined the meeting or have not given apologies will be recorded as absent. Okay. Item number 2 is the minutes of the meeting of the Council, a copy of which has been previously circulated. Are there any corrections to the previously circulated minutes? Colleagues. We've got one question, Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mentioned it to Democratic Services when I came on that I was present at the last meeting, but I was declared as apologies. I think that was because we had problems with me signing in right at the start of the meeting, so it might not have been registered at the time.
Okay, noted. Thank you, Councillor Howell. Any other further question or comment? No. I move that the minutes of the meeting of the Council held on 24th September 2020 are a correct record and that the common seal be affixed thereto. Do I have a seconder?
Seconded,
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, colleagues. Can all those in favour indicate by raising their virtual hand? Yeah, we have a majority. That's carried. Please bear with me, colleagues, while I do the necessaries. That being sign it. Thank you, Mrs. Swinhoe. Okay. Item number 3 is declarations of interest. Do any members wish to declare an interest?
Mr. Mayor, you've gone on mute again.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Allen. I'm just conferring with Democratic Services to check which members have raised their hands. If you bear with me. Just bear with me, colleagues. I'm just going to check. There's a number of members who have raised their hands. and we're trying to work out if that is an old electronic hand. Councillor Johnson. Councillor Johnson?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
You've got a raised hand. Do you wish to declare an interest?
No, I don't.
All right.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Crumbie, my hand icon is not on the screen, so I cannot use that.
All right.
I don't wish
to,
but I can't use it throughout the meeting until it comes back.
Okay, Councillor Crumbie, we'll make a note of that.
Thank
and we'll
you.
ask IT to contact you during the meeting.
Thank you.
Any further? I cannot see anybody who wishes to declare an interest. Okay. Item number 4 is order of sealing. I move that the register of documents which have been sealed since the last meeting of council be signed by myself. Do I have a seconder?
Seconded.
Seconded.
Okay. Please can all those in favour indicate by raising their virtual hand. And we have a majority. If you just bear with me, colleagues, while Mr. Swinhill passes me said document for signing. Passes me the correct document for signing. Thank you, Mrs. Swinhill. Okay, announcements. There is one announcement to make this evening. It gives me great pleasure to extend a very warm Darlington welcome to Penny Spring, our new Director of Public Health, who's attending this, the meeting this evening. Welcome, Penny, to your first meeting. Item number 6 is questions with notice from the public, and there are 5 questions for consideration this evening. The first question has been submitted by Leanne Carroll and will be addressed by Councillor Marshall. As Ms Carroll is unable to attend the meeting, I shall ask the question on her behalf and invite Councillor Marshall to respond accordingly. Councillor Marshall. Ms Carroll's question reads as follows. Fields in Trust champions and supports parks and green spaces by protecting them for people to enjoy in perpetuity. A deed of dedication would give Springfield Park, which is to remain safe and untouched by planned road developments, an extra level of protection and is considered best practice for council-owned green spaces. Fields in Trust can help residents fill out the form, which can then be passed to their ward councillor to hand in to their portfolio holder to finish the process. The council has told residents that they are too busy at the moment to fill out the form, so if residents do most of it for them, could a deed of dedication be achieved that way? Councillor Marshall to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Leanne, for your question. Addressing the implications of a deed of dedication is not about time, more about priorities. As everybody will be aware, the council, together with its partners, have been focused on combating the impact of COVID-19 on the communities of Darlington, hence the timing issue. Members will also be aware that this is a subject to a motion later this evening, and I'm sure this will be debated then. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Donoghue. Second question, and thank you, Councillor Marshall. The second question has been submitted by Judith Murray on behalf of the Winfield Residents Association and is also addressed to Councillor Marshall. Question reads as follows. With regards to the Skirningham Garden Village development, the removal of Springfield Park Road has demonstrated, according to the traffic assessment briefing from council officers, that there will be considerable burden on existing roads requiring further mitigation to be required. The briefing also stated that more detailed junction assessments will be required. Whilst Winfield Residents Association strongly oppose a road through Springfield Park, We were also strongly opposed to the additional impact on existing roads or the creation of other access points within our ward or surrounding area. The briefing states that further detailed assessments will be required if Springfield Park Road is not developed. Our question to Council would be why, when deciding to remove the Springfield Park Road, where further detailed assessments of the impact of traffic on the other routes not undertaken at the time, so that the whole picture could be considered. Further assessments of the impact on the highways network may have resulted in the Skirningham Garden Village development becoming unsustainable. We are led to believe from senior council officers that the local plan centres on the Skirningham Garden Village development, and should this be scrapped, the whole local plan would have to go back to the drawing board. Is this why no one seems to care about the impact the Skirningham Garden Village development will have, not only on the existing road infrastructure, the environment, and its ability to be sustainable, but the lives of those residents which it will directly impact upon? I would now like Councillor Marshall to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Judith Murray, for your question. The traffic modelling work undertaken by the Council is a strategic assessment that indicates the proposed allocations can come forward, and this will be independently considered through the local planning process. It is important to remember that the local plan is a long-term strategy and development will come forward gradually over time, with a review of the plan every 5 years. When specifically assessing whether the Springfield Park Link Road was required, it was found to be beneficial, but not critical. The assessment did look at other roads and found there was sufficient theoretical link capacity to carry additional traffic, but did recognise it does add significant traffic onto existing local roads. The briefing did explain that further assessments would be required when detail is known on how developers plan to bring forward sites if the local plan is accepted. The briefing further explained that controls are in place through the planning process to manage development. Developers will be required to submit planning applications detailing their proposals for housing, layout and access. At this stage, the detail would be assessed to determine the impact on the highway network, whether that is acceptable or not, and what mitigation schemes might be required. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. The third question has been submitted by Alan Doherty, who represents the Darlington Climate Action Group and Darlington Friends of the Earth, and is also addressed to Councillor Marshall. Alan's question reads as follows. Given the recent launch of the government's 10-point green plan, the Darlington Climate Action Group would like to ask the following. How is Darlington Borough Council planning to take advantage of these opportunities across all of its services and the wider borough? How does DBC plan to effectively engage its residents, businesses, schools and community groups to ensure that it contributes to the UK carbon neutral 2050 target and meet its own 2050 target? And how can the people of Darlington help the Borough Council to drive rapid decarbonisation in conjunction with prosperity and new job opportunities? Councillor Marshall to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for Mr. Doherty for the question. In 2019, the Council adopted a comprehensive and challenging carbon reduction strategy to address some of the impacts Council services and activities have upon the environment. Following the adoption of this strategy, elected members, together with senior officers, have set about developing a rolling action plan to meet these ambitions. We believe that we have to put our own house in order first. So whilst the approved strategy focuses on the activities of the Council, we acknowledge that the Council will play an important influencing role across the borough, and that through action we can show clear leadership. We are committed to working with business and community groups to ensure we share good practice and learn from others. Some information on reporting guidelines for businesses is available on our website, along with our recently published Business Resilience Manual to help guide businesses to becoming more resilient. An update report will be presented to forthcoming Cabinet prior to a more detailed three-year rolling action plan coming forward after that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Our fourth question comes from Roger Fitzpatrick and is once again addressed to Councillor Marshall. Roger's question is as follows. Both the Office for Budget Responsibility and Bank of England predict the economy will contract by close to 11%, the worst annual performance for 300 years, and that the Chancellor is said to publish the largest downgrade in economic performance since the Second World War. The announcement of job losses and closure of a subsidiary of Deep Ocean in Darlington reinforces the climate we face ahead of us. Not only that, but further studies have suggested that the North East is detrimentally affected by coronavirus and is likely to be for many years to come due to a significant proportion of its economy reliant on the hospitality sector. This includes whether or not a vaccine is successful. Does this council therefore not think that the local plan, given its aspirational growth figures and its reliance on those figures to support the need for a 183% increase above the standard housing requirement, should have been reviewed in the light of both the implications of coronavirus and the possible implications of Brexit before it was deposited for inspection? If not, what justification and evidence does the council have for believing that the growth figures contained within the local plan are still relevant today? Councillor Marshall will respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick, for your question. It's exactly because of the current COVID-19 pandemic that we need to have an ambitious growth agenda to help the economy going forward. Construction boosts the economy with the creation and safeguarding of jobs. We must remember that the local plan is a plan to 2036, and we will not know what the economy will be like in 2022, never mind 2036. We do not know what the long-term effects of COVID-19 or indeed Brexit will be. If the plan is adopted, the plan will have to be reviewed within 5 years, or if the government's proposals in the white paper are implemented in a new local plan may have to be developed even sooner. The fact is that if new houses are not needed, they will not be built. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Our final question comes from Kate Mamalotti and again is addressed to Councillor Marshall. Kate's question reads as follows. As a concerned resident, I would like to ask, does the council already liaise with or plan to liaise with and learn from other nationwide councils who are at the vanguard of climate addressing and carbon reducing actions? Does the council intend to reconsider current planning and proposals in our borough based on information received from other proactive councils around the country? And could the council convey what achievements have been made in the 17 months since the council announced a climate emergency? Councillor Marshall will respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Kate Mamalotti, for your question. In July 2019, the council declared a climate emergency and pledged to reduce its own carbon emissions to net zero. At the end of January this year, a dedicated sustainability and climate change officer was appointed. We are taking every opportunity to learn from other local authorities and businesses across the UK and Europe. Even during this uncertain period, we have learned from case studies in Bristol, Dundee, Nottingham, Swansea, and Germany. and we have been invited to attend an online case study from Cornwall. Our membership of the Association of Public Service Excellence Energy allows the council to access networks of other councils across the UK. We are members of the Collective for Climate Action, which similarly gives us the ability to network with public officers across the UK, and the officer brings with her an existing network of contacts. That is our Sustainability and Climate Change Officer. This, of course, is beside our existing relationship with our neighbouring authorities, who we work with very closely. Since our Sustainability and Climate Change Senior Officer has been appointed in post, the Council has adopted a comprehensive and challenging climate change strategy, which builds upon work already done to reduce our carbon emissions, such as the upgrading of our street lighting and the replacement of some of our fleet with electric vehicles. Elected members, together with senior officers, have begun to develop a rolling action plan. Mandatory training on climate change is now in place for all staff. A manual to help businesses become more resilient has been published. We have applied for and received government grant funding for projects to take this agenda forward, and we are examining possibilities of partnership working with employers within the borough. A fuller report will be presented to Cabinet shortly, prior to a more detailed 3-year rolling plan coming out after that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're on mute,
You're on
Mr.
mute,
Mayor.
Chris.
Thank you, Councillor Donoghue, yet again for saving my bacon. Item number 6B is questions with notice from members to Cabinet and chairs, and there are no questions for consideration this evening. Item number 7 is to consider reports to be decided by Council, which have not been considered by Cabinet, and there is one report for consideration this evening. Item 7A is review of policies and conditions relating to hackney carriages, private hire vehicles and their drivers and operators. And now the report has been circulated to all members. I call on the Director of Economic Growth and Neighbourhood Services to introduce the reports. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, councillors. I would like members to note the contents of my report and invite members to approve the final draft of the Council's revised policy document in respect of hackney carriages, private hire vehicles, their drivers and operators. This policy is due to take effect from the 1st of January 21. Appendix 1 contains proposed changes following consultation, and Appendix 2 is a draft of the policy. This draft policy has been supported by the Licensing Committee following a meeting held on the 10th of November 2020. The recommendation is set out in para 3 for the reasons set out in para 4. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Are there any questions to the Director of Economic Growth and Neighbourhood of a technical or factual nature on the report, that is? Councillor Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to know if Council would join me in thanking the taxi drivers in Darlington and the fantastic work they've done during the pandemic and are continuing to do, especially at the start when we were all on lockdown and they were out there supporting vulnerable families and making sure meals were getting to people. So if we could just as a council say a big thank you to our colleagues who are the taxi drivers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lucas. I don't think it's a question for Mr. Williams. It's a valid comment, and I'm sure we would all support them, and I've done that. Okay. Any other technical questions, factual questions for the Director? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Williams. I'd now call upon Councillor Dulson to move the recommendations and speak to the report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the report and I have no further comments to add.
Thank you, Councillor Dawson. Is that seconded?
Seconded.
That's been seconded. I now invite members to enter into a discussion on the report. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any comments to make on the report because all councillors will well know my views on being presented with such a huge and important item such as this being thrust upon us with so little notice. I still maintain that this should have been done at a separate briefing and if necessary with a separate special meeting where we could discuss fully.
Okay, Councillor Allen, I don't think that's party to the debate and I think it could have been addressed to Mr Williams, but Councillor Dalston to reply to the debate as it is. You're on mute, Councillor, you're learning from me.
Every single time, Mr Mayor. No, just to, reassure Councillor Allen that this has been through the licensing committee who have done extensive work with the development of it and have also worked with partners. And there was a lot of work done before it even went out to consultation. So I'm pleased that the document that we present today is absolutely incorporates the feedback of our taxi drivers and is suitable for the years ahead. Thank you.
I will accept that, thank you.
Could colleagues bear with me for one moment? I'm just checking something. I'm going to, colleagues, I'm going to give some latitude here. I'd ask Councillor Dalston to reply to the debate, but Councillor Snedker indicated a desire to speak. If Councillor Dalston's okay, I'm sure we'll take a question or comment from Councillor Snedker. Councillor Snedker?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It was just a brief question. I do sit on the licensing committee and I appreciate the amount of work that was done in preparing this report. I did speak to members of DAD and other wheelchair users in the town. I want to seek their views to improve my understanding of this. And there seems to be a consistent problem with access to wheelchair accessible taxis, but I understand the pressure on taxi drivers with regard to this. In particular, I've heard from taxi drivers that driving a wheelchair accessible vehicle means you tend to have a drop in income. Vehicles adapted for wheelchairs are few, and so they get pulled from pillar to post, and they do more miles and take less fares. And it seemed to be the only way to make that fair was if we could work with neighbouring authorities to give fair warning that a timeline would be produced where all taxis would be accessible to wheelchairs so that all people were able to call any taxis and no driver of a wheelchair accessible taxis would put at disadvantage. And I wondered if that would be something that we could work on to bring forward.
Thank you, Councillor Snedker. No further questions. So, Councillor Dalston, to finally comment or respond if response is necessary.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Councillor Snedker. Just to give you reassurance that Colin Dobson, the licensing manager, had a meeting last week with DAD and they discussed at length this ambition, and again we support it as a council. That's the absolute target for us to get to a point where we can achieve comfortably, that we are satisfying our equality responsibilities and that people can access taxis as they move forward without having that added pressure.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dalston. We've had one more indication of hands. I'm going to move the debate on. I know Councillor Allen has raised a hand again, but you have already spoken, Councillor Allen. So it's been replied. So if members, I'd ask members who do not support the recommendations moved by Councillor Dalston to indicate by raising their electronic hand. Who do not support it. I'm just checking with officers. I can confirm that nobody is against the recommendation, so can members in favour please indicate by raising your electronic hand, please. Okay, thank you, colleagues. That is carried. Item number 8 is to consider Cabinet recommendations and reports, and there are 11 reports for consideration this evening. The reports have been circulated to all members. I will invite each Cabinet member in turn to introduce their report and perhaps make some brief comment if they wish. And members will then be given the opportunity to make comment to and ask questions of that Cabinet member. And as we've discussed previously, that should be focused and give an indication of the area of the report. Councillor, item 8A is the overview of the Leader of the Council, and I would invite Councillor Mrs Scott to introduce her report. Leader.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would ask members to note the contents of the report on the Leader of the Council portfolio, which has been previously circulated. And if I could just make a couple of brief comments. Obviously, the COVID-19, you will all be aware now that unfortunately we have been put into the Tier 3 category from next week. Councillor Nicholson has sent out, I think, to all members the details of what the restrictions are. And obviously we will be working very closely with our businesses and so forth to support them as soon as we get clarification of what we can actually do. Paragraph 2, just to comment that the grant funding that's been made available has now been increased. We've dealt with 589 businesses and allocated £869,322. In the Tier 2, 85 people have been responded to, and we've allocated £77,244. I think you will all agree that there's some splendid work has been carried out by the officers of this authority, and we've got the money out to people as quickly as we possibly can. There are one or two that still need to be dealt with, but obviously they're looking into make sure that they fit the criteria. And paragraph 3, just to report that we now have 4,800 signatures for the petition, and you can see that I've got local number 1 behind me this evening. I would urge you, if you know anybody that hasn't yet signed the petition, so that we can reach the 5,000 target for the time being. So I would hope that members would support that. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Any questions or comment on Councillor Heather Scott's report, please? Say again. Councillor Layton. Councillor Layton. Councillor Layton, I'll come back to Councillor Layton. Councillor Howell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to endorse what the leader said about the way that the officers have acted in terms of getting these grants and things out. Obviously, I listen to what happens around the country, and I've a number of colleagues throughout the country who constantly complain about their councils not delivering these actions efficiently. So it's been a pleasure to see that we have really good actions in our part here.
Okay. Do you want to take these questions individually, Councillor Scott, or in threes? You're on mute.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howell, for your comments, and I hope that all the council members will endorse those. Yes, we've done a fantastic job.
Okay. Councillor Cindy Hughes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to firstly thank the leader for her thorough update on strategic transport issues in the Tees Valley and on the specific details relating to Darlington projects. However, in Darlington, we have rates of youth unemployment well above the national average. And with this worrying fact in mind, I'd be extremely grateful if the leader, who is a decision maker at TVCA level, as a member of the cabinet. She makes decisions on education, employment, and skills matters. And I'd be really grateful if the leader could update us about initiatives in place to try to address youth unemployment and the number of young people in Darlington who are actually benefiting from them. And I completely accept that you may not have the data at your fingertips, but I would be really happy if this element could be included in future reports that the leader might give to us. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Leader?
Yes, thank you very much for the question, Councillor Hughes, and I will refer it to the portfolio holder for education and skills, which is the Stockton Cabinet member, and I will get the information back to you in writing.
Oh, it's letting me back on now.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nicholson, if you could mute. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Layton, is Councillor Layton turned up?
Can you hear all right?
Yes, I can. Councillor Layton, you've got a question for the leader, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening to Councillor Mrs. Scott. I'll join everyone in congratulating officers and council in the work they've done to support businesses throughout this really difficult time. But in the face of sort of continuing hardship, especially in the run up to Christmas, it's a bit disappointing that in the two paragraphs, Council's continued response to COVID-19, there isn't any mention of how we're supporting individual families. So I'd appreciate if this could be something that we can hear about, especially in the run up to Christmas, because there will be enduring hardships faced by families. And these are the people that will be able to come out and spend their money and support businesses in the long term. So I would like to hear more about that. It's probably a comment for future council reports. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Councillor Leader to respond.
Thank you very much, Councillor Layton. Obviously, this is done through Seth Pearson and the bread and butter, and obviously supporting the food banks. And this is done separately. But yes, certainly I can let you have details of that information. But as you're aware, we did put funding in to provide free food and so forth during the October holidays, and we will be continuing to support as many people as we possibly can. But yes, I will give you details of what we've done so far and what we're intending to do. Obviously, you're aware that the government has provided funding to cover the Christmas holidays and all the way through to Easter. So we will be, again, distributing that as quickly as we do with everything else. And I apologise, yes, that's something I could have included in this report. I will make sure it's done next time.
Thank you, Leader. Could I bring in Councillor Holroyd?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Scott. I wanted to raise the issue in point 8b, the Darlington Northern Link Road. It states that we need a viable link between the Tees Valley and the north. Now, may I remind Council that we already have one? It's the A689 from the Sedgefield junction of the A1, which then joins the A19 to travel south towards Middlesbrough. Even at off-peak time, this takes only 5 minutes longer than the route via Darlington, and this is likely to be further reduced once the new Tees Valley crossing is implemented. And it seems much cheaper and far less disruptive and destructive to 5 miles of countryside, which is also valuable farmland, floodplain for the River Skerne, which is ever more essential, and of course, as we know, essential green space, which people have valued even more during lockdown. The other point I wanted to raise is it states that this will improve economic growth opportunities. I would love to see the information that the council has been presented with to prove this. Roads through history have promised to improve the economy, but sadly, thus far, they've always failed. There is no evidence that road building improves the economy.
Councillor Holroyd, so the questions are?
Can we see, for the first part, it's a false statement. I wanted to point it out. For the second point, can we see the evidence of proof that this will improve the economy?
Thank you, Councillor Holroyd. Councillor Heather Scott, leader, to respond.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Mr. Mayor. Could I just comment to Councillor Holroyd? One of the major problems that we do have is the amount of heavy traffic on Winfield Road. Those people obviously don't use the junction that you're discussing. Obviously, if the development of the Freeport is made, obviously one of the biggest areas of development and obviously businesses is the Aycliffe estate and the area there. Lots of those traffic vehicles, heavy vehicles, are more likely to come into Darlington along Winfield Road than take the route that you're talking about. Obviously, you're talking about something in the future, the economic growth. I can let you have something in writing for the evidence of that. But I mean, I think has been said before, we don't know what's going to be happening in 3 years' time, never mind 10 years' time. And obviously we do need, and I think if you have had any communication with the people who live on Winfield Road, you will know the amount of heavy traffic that already goes along there. And to divert them to the way that you're suggesting, businesses just won't do that. They take the shortest route. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to advise Councillor Scott, with regards to the question from Councillor Hughes about the help the young people again, I happen to have some figures with me today as what's happened with companies in Darlington. If you'd like me to relay those to Councillor Hughes, otherwise I can let Councillor Scott have those to send on later on.
Thank you. Okay. Can I bring in Councillor Scott, do you just want to link in with Councillor Marshall outside of the meeting on that?
Yes, that's fine, or I can still get a report from Tees Valley as well. But one way or another, Councillor Hughes will either get 1 or 2 responses.
Okay. Thank you. Can I bring in Councillor Harker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question relates to the announcement today by Rishi Sunak with regards to public sector pay. Can I remind colleagues that many public sector employees, including council employees, have suffered a decade of either nil or below inflation salary increments, and the spending power of their salaries has fallen in real terms over that period of time. How did those employees react during COVID? Well, of course, they pulled together. They've gone above and beyond, working hard to keep much needed services going, often in difficult circumstances, often at great personal toll to themselves and their families. And how has the Chancellor thanked them? He's thanked them by giving to many no salary increment this year. Despite spending many, many billions of pounds on supporting private sector businesses over the last few months, the Chancellor feels it isn't necessary to do the same for the public sector workers. The money required to fully fund the pay increase for the public sector this year is minuscule in comparison to the money spent in total during COVID. Can I call on the leader to write to Rishi Sunak to express Council's disappointment that after many months of supporting our community, he has chosen to freeze the pay of many council staff? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harker. Leader to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not quite sure that was the question as onto the report, but I take on board what Councillor Harker is saying, and I think that there has been responses from the Chancellor. I hear what you're saying, Councillor Harker, and I will take that on board and consider the response.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, my button didn't work then. It's regarding page 328, paragraph 8C, regarding the significant investment plan for the rail network. I wonder if any thought has been given at all to reintroducing railway depots whereby instead of we having great big lorries trundling up and down the entire length of the country, if we had some form of rail depot, then we could have shorter journeys, which would surely then decrease the pollution that is caused by these lorries when they are trundling up and down. Thank you.
Councillor Heather Scott to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. I think you will be aware that obviously there are plans for a special route to take some of the heavy traffic off the road, but obviously not through Darlington. It's a development that goes into Tees Valley and via Northallerton. I think we certainly don't have the land round our Banktop station to have a road depot, but I think it is something that, because yes, to get heavy traffic back onto rail off the road is one of something that the Northern Powerhouse are looking into, but certainly it's not proposed for Darlington.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Heather Scott. Councillor Snedker, I think that could be it, but famous last words. Councillor Snedker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question relates to 8D. I welcome the local cycling and walking investment plan announcement of £5.6 million, but sort of temper that welcome by noting it's a 10-year fund covering 700,000 people, which my schoolboy maths told me is 80 pence per person per year, which I know is the price of 2 pints of milk. And when I looked up the value of one road, the Northern Road bypass, that's £200 million, which my maths again says is £286 per person. And I had to look this one up. That's the price of a case of champagne, because I don't buy champagne often. I'd like to invite the council to comment on the disparity in the way we value different types of transport. One is a cause of pollution, and one is a solution to pollution, and one gets very little. So I appreciate the council leader's view on that disparity.
Thank you, Councillor Snedker. Councillor Heather Scott to give a view, and we have one final question after that.
Yes, thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Councillor Snedker. I think it's a balance, obviously, Councillor Snedker, between obviously road and cycle routes. We will be doing everything that we possibly can to make sure that there are cycle routes in Darlington that fit into the rest of the transport that we need. We obviously have to take make sure that there are routes for buses, and I think in some of the areas where cycle routes have been implemented, that there has been traffic congestion, and particularly ambulances being backed up, so that we've got to look at it as a whole picture. I hear what you're saying about the comparison, but Councillor Fletcher, we always get differences in the amount of money that's spent on various different options. And I think it's up to us as a local authority to do what we can to be able to balance both.
Thank you, Councillor Heather Scott. Councillor Cousins, final question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not so much as a question for Councillor Scott, but it's just a comment. During the October half term, when many families were struggling to be fed, I just want to say a huge thank you to those in the community who rallied.
I couldn't hear your question.
Sorry, can you hear me now? Yeah, it's not a question, Councillor Scott. It was just a comment really on the community that rallied together. And one lady, I think her name was Sarah Weston, who fundraised and got the money for all the meals that were given out from the bread and butter thing from the town hall, all those staff and councillors who supported that scheme. And for others around the borough, there was a young girl called Daisy Simpson who raised £1,000, if I'm not mistaken, and they all supported the families in need during the October half term. And I really would like, as a council, to say a huge thank you to them and the community who rallied round to help them. Thank you.
Councillor Heather Scott to reply.
Yes, well, and I think we've all were amazed at how the community rallied round, and I think this is one of the good things about Darlington. The community do group together when there is any problems like that. As a local authority, we did put funding in to help, and we will continue to do that. But yes, I think that the community response was absolutely amazing, and I think it's important that we do keep these community groups together going forward, because that's something that I think lots of local authorities have struggled with, actually getting the community input. So I totally agree with your comment, Councillor Cousins.
Thank you, Councillor Heather Scott, and I would echo those comments as Mayor, and particularly mention of Daisy, who both the Mayoress and myself visited, and I managed to wangle Press Gang, a local restaurant, to give Daisy and her family a meal for four. She resisted, but I ordered her as Mayor to take her mum and dad and sister out for tea. But good effort, but one of many good efforts across the community, and us as councillors as well, stepping up to the plate. Thank you. Item 8B is the overview of Cabinet Member with a portfolio for stronger communities, and I would invite Councillor Dulston to introduce his report. Councillor Dulston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to note the contents of my report on the Stronger Communities portfolio, which has been previously circulated, and in doing so, I will outline some key work we are undertaking. I'd like to inform members of the great work we are seeing from our newly introduced community ambassadors. Over the last few weeks, the team have been extremely visible in our town centre and other priority locations, engaging with local businesses, partner organisations and residents as we continue to adapt to local and national restrictions. They have so far given advice about face coverings to over 258 people, along with reminding shoppers to socially distance on 608 occasions. In addition to this, they have also dealt with and supported 6 medical emergencies. I'm sure members will agree that this team is having a positive impact in our communities. Mr. Mayor, I would also like to highlight again the fantastic impact that the Bread and Butter thing is having on our communities. Since we launched the project and up to Friday the 13th of November, we have distributed 6,236 food parcels to families across the borough. This equates to over 75 tonnes of food being saved from going to landfill, and in turn has provided over 180,000 meals to the residents of Darlington. The 4 hubs have done an incredible job over the last year, and I am pleased to inform members that our newest hub was launched at Harrogate Hill on Monday the 9th of November. We are also finalising plans to introduce a further hub in Skirn Park before Christmas. This will give us a total of 6 hubs operating across the town with strong strategic coverage of those most in need. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the work of our trade and standards team over the last few months. I describe them as the team that work in the shadows but can have one of the greatest impacts in safeguarding our communities. It's great to see that after the hard work of a dedicated team, we have seen some successful prosecutions and results so far this year. I'd like to update members of the progress we are making in dealing with the misuse of nitrous oxide. Whilst this is a complex issue, as it is legal to possess, police and other organisations are working with schools to highlight the danger of inhaling this product. I am pleased to inform you that over recent weeks, the police have seized over 25,000 canisters of nitrous oxide from an address in Darlington and are currently in the process of investigating this with the hope of securing a prosecution. Finally, I would like to clarify point 40, where it states that North Road councillors were invited to a briefing on the Eyes and Ears project. This was incorrect, and I can clarify that the only Northgate members and myself were present at that meeting. I apologise unreservedly to the members of North Road for this error and thank Councillor Allen for highlighting this to me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dulston. Before I bring in colleagues to question, I would make 2 brief comments as Mayor. On Friday, I had the privilege of meeting 2 of the marshals whilst I was doing some filming. Sounds exotic, it wasn't, it was cold for Christmas. But they've got a difficult gig, and I think we as councillors have got to stand behind them because they're there for a purpose and we need to get behind them. The second comment, I also on Monday met colleagues from Trading Standards. It won't feature as one of my lockdown hero posts on Facebook because actually, as Councillor Dalston indicated, they work in the background and actually they didn't want their photographs, and they do quite valuable work and we shouldn't lose sight of it. But for me, I wanted to thank them on behalf of the people of Darlington for the work that they've done throughout the lockdown. I will get off my soapbox now, which is one of my sayings, as you know. Any question or comment, please? Councillor Wallace, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Dalston, can I refer you to the crime and disorder paragraphs of your report on page 338? You state that at width of COVID-related cases, there's been an 8% increase in antisocial behaviour between April and September 2019 and the same period in 2020. I don't see any remedies or observations attached to these figures. And I'd like to bring to your attention a chronic problem which is repeated in ward after ward, which is antisocial behaviour in our parks and playgrounds. In Horton and Springfield at Friars Field, there's been a spate of criminal damage to play equipment. The mobile CCTV equipment has been unable to identify offenders or deter attacks. We had a useful meeting with the police and council officers last month, and we're waiting for a written outcome to date. In Park East, in Pensbury Street, the play area and fencing has been repeatedly attacked, with lots of broken glass found strewn on mornings after the night before. Street scene have always been good about clearing up the mess, but when mobile CCTV was tried, the equipment was vandalised. The continued damage is preventing the equipment from being replaced and upgraded. In the Deans in Piermont, there's been continued damage to the play area, the equipment and the safety surface. At Eastbourne Park in Bangtop and Lascelles, the swings have been vandalised on numerous occasions. In September, the chains of the swings were cut through and seats were removed. Bolt cutters must have been used, so the culprits must have gone prepared with tools. And so, Councillor Dalston, the list goes on. I'm sure councillors from across the chamber have their own story. What I'd like to know, Councillor Dalston, what will the council do to get a grip on these problems? We know that the police are very overstretched and can't respond in the way they might have done 10 years ago. So what is the strategy? Crucially, what preventative measures does he intend to put in place? How does the council re-engage with children and young people to divert them away from such activities and so protect our valued community resources? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Councillor Dalston to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. So just to highlight a few points, the crime that the council is not responsible for. We work with partners. The antisocial behaviour is absolutely something that we work in partnership with. The crime element is firmly with the police, and we'll continue to work with the police to identify those responsible. The part that we play is that we provide a CCTV centre to the borough, which is that we provide, and it costs us as a local authority. What we are also doing is reviewing that capacity as we move forward, because it has been underfunded for a number of years and it has been neglected. And one of the things I've committed to from a community safety point of view is to invest in this area over the coming years, because it's important, and it's by far one of the many tools that we have to reassure residents. With regards to homing in on the seats that were removed, they were actually removed by the council. I made the same mistake in the park in Firth Moor. They were removed for COVID reasons, so there was space to be achieved, so they weren't actually vandalised. So that's something to note as well. But I absolutely get the essence of your complaint. I think we've seen a spike in antisocial behaviour in our communities over the COVID period, because people have had to adapt to different ways of work, different ways of interacting with people, and some of those interactions haven't been positive. It's not to make allowances, but you know, we have seen a number of venues closed that people would have, or young people would have ordinarily went to. So we are working with partners to see how we can navigate through this going forward. But there is a number of projects that we are working on. The Eyes and Ears is a fantastic campaign that we're in the process of launching, but again, we can't launch it to full capacity due to COVID restrictions, so we are trying to adapt that onto social media somehow. But I will update members in the coming weeks of the plans that we'll be doing within our communities to tackle this issue.
Thank you, Councillor Dalston. Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to just comment really. I wanted to commend the work of the private sector housing team in all its various different energy efficiency schemes that are covered in detail. As I'm sure you all know, I work in this sector, so I know the devastating negative health, economic and social outcomes that poor housing can have. I particularly wanted to highlight point 23, properties which use electricity as their main source of heating. We have lots of these in our ward, which surprises many people, but we have quite large properties which are divided into flats and are never provided with gas. But of course, electricity is about 3 times the cost of gas. And I do hope that the council will be developing projects either connecting to gas or providing heat pumps so that we can address these issues rather than leaving people paying more than they need. I wanted to highlight that I particularly welcome the government's Green Home Grant and particularly its extension for another year. So I know I'll be trying to apply because I have a solid walled house. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dalston?
Yeah, again, just to give reassurance to Councillor Holroyd is that we are, again, another team, the private sector housing team that work very much underground, but they have fantastic impact, specifically in Northgate, where they're doing some great work in unoccupied premises, but also people who are struggling with fuel efficiency. So one of the tasks that I've asked them to do is to promote their service more far and wide on social media to get the message out that there is support available for residents. But at the moment, we're probably not as strong as we need to be in terms of advertising what support is available for people who are struggling with fuel poverty.
Thank you, Councillor Dawson. Councillor McCollum?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In relation to paragraphs 11 to 16 of his report, and to echo your comments, Mr. Mayor, may I express my thanks to trading standards officers for their work, particularly in promoting safe shopping through the Council's communication channels. Personally, I'd also like to thank Paula Park from the Regulatory Compliance Department for her work as the no rogue trader zone for Smithfield Road between Park East and Bangtop and Lascelles is being finalised. My question, Mr. Mayor, relates to paragraphs 37 to 39 of his report and a presentation made to the Community and Local Services Scrutiny Committee regarding contest and prevent. In answer to my question on the topic at said meeting, I noted officers' concerns about the possible resource pressures associated with Dovetail, which will see this authority given an increased role and responsibility for counter-terrorism. Does the member have an update on Operation Dovetail and any anticipated pressures for the authority that may arise from this? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McCollum. Councillor Dawson to respond.
Yeah, I mean, the position with Operation Dovetail changes as we continue. The latest update from Prevent is that it will be stalled, so there's no imminent pressure to local authorities, but we continue to work with partners on how we can safeguard our communities. One of the big things that we're doing at the moment is online radicalisation, and it's about engaging members across all parties at local authority level to give them the tools and toolkit to be able to identify people who are vulnerable, especially in this day and age where we see more and more people being socially isolated due to coronavirus. That does pose a significant risk of people turning to online forums and potentially becoming radicalised. But there's a number of tools that are coming out over the next couple of weeks, which I will be sharing with members. We've currently got some draft statements that are in development, but as soon as I can get those toolkits out to you, we will. The other thing is that as part of the Northgate initiative, we will be looking, not the Northgate initiative, sorry, the Towns Fund, we will be looking at target hardening, which is one of the criteria that we have to look at as part of Operation Dovetail to see if we are equipped for safety reasons in terms of potential vulnerable locations within high pedestrian footfall moving forward. So I will keep you updated.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dalston. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to talk a little bit about the joint working with police and with the enforcement team to tackle antisocial behaviour in North Road, it worked very, very well. We got an email from the police saying they were going to be doing an action on illegal motorbikes and quad bikes around the certain areas of the town, and our ward was in it. I gave them some intel, and on that weekend I'd put out the notice to some of the residents, and with residents phoning in straight away, we were straight up the list, and somebody was identified, arrested, and motorbike taken off them, and a large amount of drugs and money was found on them. But also with the enforcement team that work extremely hard working with us to try and clear up the back lanes, I'd like to commend them very well. My concern is that at item 40, your eyes and ears, you state that you had a meeting with us, but I can't remember being at this meeting, and neither of my councillors, other councillors have. Could you be able to give us some sort of brief on that at some point? Not at this meeting, but could you give us some update on that so at least we're kept in the loop?
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Dalston.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, in my introduction, I did outline that point 40 was incorrect. It was a typo. It was just Northgate Ward councillors that had that briefing. So I do apologise for that, but we are going to work with you over the coming weeks to get you fully briefed on what that project is about and what it entails. With regards to off-road motorbikes, Steve Ball, who was the Chief Inspector for Darlington, has moved on to become a superintendent for the Roads Policing Unit. That's a fantastic news for us as a town, because already we're seeing his influence within that team and more assets from Roads Policing coming into Darlington. We had the marked police cars 3 days last week, which again has been positive, and we'll continue to get the off-road motorbike, the police off-road motorbikes, to target some of the hot spots. But we are having some positive results, and over the next couple of weeks we hope to be getting crushed motorbikes in certain locations for people to go and see what will happen to their off-road bike if it's caught and seized by police, because we think that they should be seeing the output. It's all right, the same with seizing the vehicle, but 9 times out of 10 these vehicles don't actually go back to the owners. They get crushed. So we're going to share that with the public. We've got a video that was launched last week with myself and Chris Knox where we showed the bikes getting crushed. So some really, really visual tools to reassure our communities.
Thank you, Councillor Dalston. Councillor Purley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's just a comment really more than a question. And I know you mentioned it on your last report, but it was just to do with the property in Longfield Road and the closure of it. Just wanted to thank everyone again who worked on this. It's much appreciated, everyone that lives in Harrogate Hill.
Thank you, Councillor Purley. Councillor Dawson, just received those comments, I presume, yeah?
Yeah, just to give reassurance that we continue to work with problem addresses, and we have as a council and as a police service, we have a zero tolerance approach to these people who continue to terrorise communities. At the moment, we've got 6 live investigations at addresses across the town where we are getting more and more evidence to secure further closure notices, again to give reassurance to communities that we're not going to tolerate this type of behaviour.
Thank you, Councillor Dalston. Councillor Allen. Okay. I think that was maybe an erroneous hand. Councillor Cruddas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Your volume's low, Councillor Cruddas.
Is it? My goodness.
Nothing to do with me. It's gone now, hasn't it? You're on mute. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Cruddas, lower your microphone.
I've got it. No, I'm all right. I'd leaned on my volume control. I'm sorry.
All right.
Yeah, I'd just like to make a comment about the increased effort we've seen over the last year from the police and enforcement people in the rural areas. We have a very, very good rural watch setup that's run on WhatsApp, and we have about 60 members of the public that participate in Eyes and Ears in the rural community. We've recently got more efforts from the police in using their patrol cars to run miscreants to earth. We got a lot of people out in, well, once we've taken the quad bites off them, they all buy old vans, and they then come out in the country in old vans and drive around people's farms and bring the lurchers and do poaching efforts and things. But the police are right on top of it, and we should be, you know, like I say, thanks to the extra effort we've got in the last year, and just get some recognition for the Rural Watch organisation that exists amongst, you know, from an area of Darlington, probably 60% of Darlington are rural wards, and they're very well covered, and the residents play a big part in communicating with the police, giving them the opportunity. I mean, we even had a guy the other day that came along because he thought his car was being taken by the police, and it was just being wound up on the back of a van. The police noticed that the van he came in was also not taxed or insured, so they took that away as well. So they're doing a good job. They're really keeping on top of things, and that's a great improvement over the last year.
Thank you, Councillor
So
Carras. Councillor Dalston, anything to respond?
No, just to thank Councillor Goodis for his comments. We are continuing to invest in our communities, but also our rural communities play a big part of our focus at the moment. One of the things that we're trialling with our civic enforcement officers is giving them geographical responsibilities, just like the police. And that's so councillors and key stakeholders can build up effective relationships with a single point of contact. In addition to that, what we'll be trialling over the next couple of weeks is virtual, some form of virtual pact with councillors and key departments within council, civic enforcement and the police. Now they've got the capability to join meetings remotely. So I'll be sharing details around monthly get-togethers for multi-agency partners to just strengthen that communication, just to make sure, whilst we're not having virtual packed meetings at the moment, we're not having physical packed meetings, we are all still aware of what the key issues are in our retrospective communities.
Thank you. We've got Councillor Snedker and then one more questioner, and you're done, Councillor Dalston. Councillor Snedker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question relates to paragraph 34 around road safety around schools. I do appreciate the restrictions that COVID-19 have placed on people working in this area, but I would like to just remind the council that there have been huge changes in the way people behave, whether they like walking more, whether they're used to roads being quieter during the lockdown. And that I certainly am getting many conversations with people in my ward and around other schools where they were so pleased to see the reduction in road traffic around their communities during the lockdown, and they're more sensitised than ever to those small minority of people who behave badly and irresponsibly driving in the vicinities of schools. So I'd just like to urge the councillor, if we can get road safety and road safety schemes up in action as soon as possible around schools where the most vulnerable people, children, spend their time, I really would appreciate us getting those going as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Snedker. Councillor Dalston, any comment in return?
Just to echo Councillor Snedker's comments, that I am frustrated with this area. One of the challenges I've given back to Graham Hall is that we have to adapt new ways of engaging with the community, and that probably will be through virtual presentations or virtual teachings to the young people to engage the parents, because it's not, coronavirus isn't going away, so we can't just accept that we're not doing anything. So the team are working on how they can do virtual presentations that can be done at assemblies. And also, I know the police are doing a big piece of work, again, with Steve Ball being in traffic, around what support they can bring to Darlington.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Dalston. Finally, Councillor Ali, question? Councillor Ali.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I just wanted to raise a couple of things with Councillor Dalston. We have a couple of ongoing issues in Northgate, and the residents have really been going out of their way to keep things highlighted, and I do appreciate their support in the report as well, because we do promote reporting is crucial. Even if they feel like nothing's being done, there is work going on in the background. How do we reassure our residents on, say, things like the issues concerning one of the streets that you'll be aware of around vulnerable women being used for certain things, and the house on Montrose Street that's been burnt down, and there's issues going on, obviously. I understand that some things are confidential, but how do the residents get peace and ease of mind to know that it's not falling on deaf ears when they are reporting? That was one thing. And just quickly on the other thing, I think it's always good to have some positivity in the light of all the negativity that surrounds us. And I just really want to big up a hero in Darlington, which is Sean Campbell, for turning round Widowfield Street into what feels like a bit of a stardom area at the moment, bringing our first ever world black professional footballer, Arthur Wharton, whose name was unveiled as Kwame, because he was born on Saturday. And I just think we really need to recognise what that is bringing to Darlington, and especially being a Northgate Ward councillor, I do feel really honoured to be part of everything that's been going on. We've had Sky Sports down, BT Sports down, they funded the mural. So it's definitely one for people if they want to go for a walk, to have a look down Widowfield Street, because it's something that can be done socially distanced, and it just brings some positivity. And thank you to all the council officers who have worked with Sean in making sure that everything was up to scratch in such a short time we had. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before I bring Councillor Dalston, can I echo your comments about Sean? I'm sure we've all met Sean. Sean is Sean. You book half an hour, you need an hour. But what he delivered there was quite positive. But just to say, we've had a load of big hitters down there, BT, etc., and me, the mayor. But there we go. Right, Councillor Dalston to respond.
No, I think I would echo exactly what both Councillor McEwen and Councillor Alley have said with regards to the work that Sean's doing. I had the privilege of sitting next to Sean at an awards evening about 6 years ago, and his passion is as much now as it was then. And, you know, we should be really proud, and I walked past it, the display last night and Tuesday night, and it's just you can't not feel proud, but also be so impressed of the mural that's been displayed. But I think going forward, I know Peter Gibson is working on future plans to highlight this even more. There's a statue that's currently in development, and the council will be working to ensure that we can play our part in honouring that statue when it's ready to be rectified. So I look forward to how we can strengthen this work moving forward. With regards to Barningham Street, I was as appalled as you were, and I was, on the phone to Adrian Green as soon as we found out. And this is a very complex issue. There is quite clearly issues at locations across town with regards to prostitution. The police are aware of this. We are building up an intelligence picture of what that looks like. But what we also need to do is that the easiest thing in the world is to disrupt this and knock on the door. And as soon as the police knock on the door, they move on. But they'll only appear somewhere else. What the police are working on at the moment is making sure that they can highlight and work with these girls and people who are extremely vulnerable, and in some cases no other way other than the cycle that they're in. So that's where we'll solve this problem, is working with the girls as victims and dealing with the issues and circumstances they've found themselves in. But please be assured, and I know I've had a number of conversations with residents that have contacted me, we are taking this extremely seriously, and there is multiple organisations, agencies and people that are working to ensure that we can eradicate these houses across the borough.
Thank you, Councillor Dalston. Moving now to item 8D, overview of Cabinet Member with Portfolio for Children and Young People, and invite Councillor Clark to introduce his report. Councillor Clark?
Yeah. I'd like would ask members to note the contents of my report on the Children's and Young People portfolio, which has previously been circulated. Just before, I'd just like to say, well, concur really with Councillor Cousins and the Mayor about the fantastic work that some of our young people have done in fundraising for families that might need a bit of extra help at Christmas. I mean, to name a few, Daisy, Lily and George, but just to extend my thanks and admiration. So I'm happy to take questions.
We will take questions. There is no failure, only feedback. I've skipped the adults portfolio, but we'll come back to
I knew that. That's why I was a bit taken aback there.
Sorry, Councillor Clark. I didn't intentionally try to shock you from the. Are you okay to carry on? I do apologise about that, and then we'll come back to adult. Any questions for children and young people? Councillor McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In relation to education as a broad topic which falls under his portfolio, may I ask if the member is aware of the petition to Parliament by the National Association of Head Teachers that asks the government to fully fund the costs of COVID-19 measures and provide relief for loss of income? A recent Ofsted report has highlighted concern from leaders across education and social care regarding budgets. Asking schools to find additional money within an already tight budget for the measures required to protect pupils and staff is quite frankly outrageous. There is strong concern that the additional cost of COVID compliance may be diverting money away from children's education and well-being, which I know he will appreciate and understand is something that is not desired by any school or education leader. I can attest, as I am certain other councillors will, to the fortitude of our schools throughout this pandemic. This, as with most things, starts with our leaders. Our leaders in schools are asking for the government to recognise the financial difficulties facing education and to reimburse the costs incurred by securing schools. Please will the Cabinet member commit to signing the petition in support of giving our schools and school staff a fair deal by reimbursing schools for implementing measures to allow them to open safely?
Thank you. Councillor Clark to respond.
Yeah, Councillor McCullum, thank you for the question. I am fully aware of that letter that's gone, and to be honest with you, that was only a small part of the petition letter that went in. My only sort of annoyance was that I wasn't able to put my name to it, but for reasons unbeknown to me, I wasn't able to. There has been a previous letter gone in by to MPs and to the Education Minister for other aspects as well that were again contained within the letter that you're referring to, that my name did go to. So you can have my assurances that my total support in what the schools are asking for is there.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is in relation to paragraph 15 and it relates to home education. Darlington is an outlier nationally in relation to the high number of children and young people who are home educated. In fact, the Children's Commissioner in her recently published vulnerabilities report places Darlington in the 95th percentile amongst local authorities for this extremely high number. On the one hand, I'm pleased that the Safeguarding Partnership has provided assurance that they believe that Darlington's home educated pupils are sufficiently safeguarded. However, I would like to know what steps are currently being taken by the council and partners to assure themselves that young people are not being off-rolled by schools and they are actually receiving a suitable education. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Clark to respond.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Lucas. Well, right, home education. The council, as a council, we have an EHE advisor to support families in the decision making that these families are making when they come to home educate the children. In addition to that, which I know we haven't covered, but we do have a traveller education service as well to support the Gypsy Roman and traveller pupils, which is delivered by Rydal Academy. There's been a rise in the uptake of home education nationally and regionally, and at the moment, well, between September 23rd of September and October, we had 69 registered across all age groups. And as an example, we only had 47 in 1920 year. So the current, we've got sort of 190 pupils being home educated at the moment. 102 are from the Gypsy Roman traveller community and 88 from the non-Gypsy Roman community. So that'll just give you an example of where we are. We're offering full support. The full support from our education department. You know, the talking to the families beforehand when they're going through the process, and out of all the families that were of the last batch that were asked why they're doing it, it was COVID related, and they do intend to put the children back into mainstream, into education, obviously once COVID is, well, once we're through it, hopefully. But we are offering the support, and I'm very comfortable in what support we are offering.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Could I bring in Councillor Councillor Ali, please?
Hi, it was just in regards to page 344, 8A. The panel met on 8th September 2020 with young people involved alongside members and officers. The panel received and discussed. What were the main themed headline and issues that arose?
Thank you. Right, with that one, I'm probably going to have to give you. I haven't got the minutes to hand with me at the moment, and it did happen on the 2nd of September. My memory isn't that good to recall exactly what went on. I think there were a few other members actually amongst us that were there. They might be able to have a better memory than myself. So without sort of trying to waffle anything, I can certainly forward on the minutes of that meeting to yourself.
Councillor Harker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I also ask a question on page 344, paragraph 9, little d, and there's a reference to care leavers, and you say in your report that the 146 care leavers have access to a personal advisor for support, advice and guidance. I just wondered if you could say a little bit more in terms of how many of those care leavers actually take up access to that personal advisor and how long those relationships tend to last.
I can't give you that sort of level of detail at the moment, no. I can certainly respond to you in writing with the full detail on that. I wouldn't like to sort of guess around the figures on that. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Snedker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In July, I asked Councillor Clark about the risk facing refugee children's exclusion from education, because the ruling was if you didn't have a council worker, you didn't get a laptop, and he agreed that this was an oversight and a problem that needed facing. At the September council meeting, I asked Councillor Clark had he had any progress, and he said, I thought I'd written to you, maybe I hadn't, and you hadn't. And it's now November. I was just wondering if Councillor Clark had made any progress at all in his efforts to ensure that children seeking refuge in Darlington are not digitally excluded from education.
Thank you, Councillor Snedker. Councillor Clark, and with one final question after this, Councillor Clark.
I apologise. I thought I had responded to you, but I will respond again with that answer.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you all know, we have the QE College, the town's only sixth form college in our ward, and we've received significant numbers of complaints from nearby residents about students not socially distancing immediately outside the college, and in Duke Street and the town centre, students going to town at lunchtime and before and after the college day. This has been massively reduced in recent weeks by the college moving to alternate days for each year group to reduce congestion and mixing on the site. However, we understand that this is to end next week, And has the college received any guidance that led them to believe this is reasonable and safe to remove this policy whilst we're still in a period of lockdown? The schools had various tier systems. On the 28th of August, schools were instructed to draw up a 4-tier system and have a phased system between being fully open and only to vulnerable and key workers. As we know, case numbers have steadily increased since then, yet Gavin Williamson instructed schools to tear up these plans and stay open. How do these things mesh together, please?
Thank you. Councillor Clark to reply.
Right. I wasn't aware that they were planning on stopping the tier system from next week. I don't know if that might have been under review anyway with recent sort of events. Having visited QE, I was mightily impressed with the general cleanliness of the place and how they are, sticking to the COVID guidelines within the school. It really is, fantastic to see. The problem, I think, one of the problems with the congregation in Stanhope Park was that it was deemed probably safer for the children because it's a big open air space, whereas within the school environment is very closed. So they were being advised to go out into the park area on breaks, etc. It was raised as a point a few weeks ago that I suggested that we use the marshals that we currently have in the town to patrol that area and offer a bit of sort of sound advice to some of the kids that are probably not obeying the rules as they should do when they come out of school. I think that's been taken on board, and I think we're obviously seeing some kind of improvements within that. But the tier system, I'll take up and I'll speak to our head of education and see exactly what the plans are for that.
Yes. That concludes your questions, Councillor Clark. If I might return to item 8C, and I do apologise, colleagues, for my tardiness and my slip up there. Item 8C is the overview of the Cabinet member with a portfolio for adults. And although Councillor Mills is in attendance this evening, I would like to invite Councillor Mrs. Scott to introduce Councillor Mills's report. And I would preface this with, I know Councillor Mills may have lost her voice or something akin to that. So, Councillor Scott.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. If I can ask members to note the contents of the report, which has previously been circulated. If there are any questions, obviously I would have to undertake to respond to them in writing. And obviously, I think I just hope you can appreciate that at the moment, Councillor Mills is not able to respond verbally. But if there are any questions, I will take a note of them and make sure that you get a response.
Councillor Lucas. You're on mute, Councillor Lucas. You're on mute.
Apologies. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Scott, first of all, can you pass on my message of I hope Councillor Mills gets her voice back soon. There are lots of people around the town that would like me to lose my voice on many occasions, but no such luck. But the question I have is, I'm just wondering really, why are paragraphs 15 and 17 in this report when they seem to be referring to children and young people? I just wondered if they had been slipped in by mistake. So thank you.
Councillor, do you wish to look at that or put that in writing, Councillor Scott? Heather Scott?
Yes, I mean, obviously, I couldn't answer that question.
Yeah.
Yes, we'll look at it and we'll let you have a response, Councillor Lucas.
Okay, Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Where we have coronavirus cases identified in care.
Councillor Holroyd, I can't hear you.
Yeah, increase your volume, please.
Sorry, I'd moved the speaker. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Where coronavirus cases have been identified in care homes, has it been determined how the virus entered the care home? For example, was it staff, a new or previous resident discharged from hospital, or a visitor coming into the care home, or anyone else? and whether any lessons can be learned for the future. And I also want to...
You're on mute, Councillor Holroyd.
Sorry. Sorry, where did you... My second point was Department for Health and Social Care guidance for the discharge of COVID-19 patients from hospital to care homes states they can only be discharged to those which have been designated as safe by the CQC. Obviously, this is important and an essential step to protect the staff and the existing residents of the home and the wider community, and avoid the issues that led to this from the previous lockdown infecting other residents. How many such homes have these identified safe beds in Darlington, and are there enough places?
I would certainly get you a written answer to that question, Councillor Holroyd. I'm sorry that I can't give you that information. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I extend my best wishes to Councillor Mills as well. I'm sure she's listening, but a written response would be very welcome.
Councillor Layton, I've lost you as well.
Can you hear me? Hang on. I'm having problems with this. How's that? Is that better?
Councillor Layton.
I can hear you. I don't know whether it's you, Councillor Scott. Try speaking. Count to 3, please, Councillor Layton.
No, I can't hear you at all.
Her volume's gone. Hold on, everybody.
Can you hear?
Yes, that's better
right.
now. Yes.
Yeah.
It keeps going on and off. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I will extend again my best wishes to Councillor Mills and hope she gets better soon. I would just like to acknowledge, in reference to paragraphs 9 and 12, I'd like to acknowledge how important the contact calls have been, and it was certainly something that Miriam Davidson said was a game changer in the Council's response to COVID-19. And I was wondering if the contact calls have thrown up any issues, for example, the fact that some of the flu vaccines haven't been taken up fully across care settings, both by residents and by the staff. So I was just wondering if there is a record of how well the flu vaccination service has been to care homes, and also I would like to have the assurance that these contact calls, which have really helped our response to COVID-19, are going to be maintained after such times that we're through this epidemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Layton. Yes, I will get you a response to obviously the questions that you were asking about the flu vaccines, and I'm quite sure that the department will continue with the contact calls. They have got a very good relationship with all the nursing homes in the town, but I'll get you a written response.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. And finally, I think is Councillor Heslop.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Scott. I just want to ask about paragraph 5 in the report. As continuing healthcare assessments were suspended due to COVID from the 19th of March till the 31st of August, I just wanted to know how many people need initial assessment and how many people need 3 and 12 months reviews as per guidance. And as this is part to take place on top of the restart of current assessments from the 1st of September, has Darlington Borough Council taken on any more staff as per guidance to help with the process? And finally, also I was going to ask Councillor Mills to talk members around progress around the project group made in the transition. But if it's okay with you, Councillor Scott, I'm happy to email Councillor Mills, because I realise a lot of it is to do with figures. if that's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are you all right?
Again, I will obviously have to get you a written response, but we'll make sure that you get it as quickly as possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, before we move to Councillor Marshall, I want to say two things. One, just on Councillor Mills's report, as Mayor, I have over the last few days written to all of our major care providers as Mayor to say thank you to individual members of staff in social care on the front line because it has been a hard gig, both in residential care and home care, and I thought it was the right thing to do as Mayor, and I will be coming forward with some partners to say a little bit of a thank you to workers in social care as Mayor, if I can pull it off. The second thing, I'm going to propose after Councillor Marshall's section that we have a short comfort break. I hope that's agreeable with everybody. Okay, item 8E is the overview of the Cabinet member with the portfolio for the economy, and I would invite Councillor Marshall to introduce his report. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to note the contents of my report on the economy portfolio, which has been previously circulated. And I think I've spoke quite a lot tonight. I would just like to highlight a couple of things in it. On climate change, you'll have noticed in one of the answers to the questions from the public, I went through the successes that our climate change activities have had with about adopting the climate change strategy, the work done to reduce our carbon emissions, etc. And it's incredible what we have achieved to date. You don't realise when you're working at things piece by piece the progress we've made, and I'd just like to commend the work that our officers and our climate change sustainability officers are doing. The second thing I'd like to mention is to the repair of the Victorian roof, to the roof of the Victorian Indoor Market. And I'm sure as people have been downtown shopping locally, they'll have noticed the scaffolding around the market, and it's good to see that the work has commenced on the roof repairs. And I'll take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. I've got two questions. Councillor Michael Nicholson.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. It was left up from last time. Sorry.
You're on mute, Mr.
You're
Mayor.
on mute, Mr. Mayor.
Gosh, once is an accident, twice is a coincidence, and thrice is a habit. I do apologise, colleagues. Councillor Lee.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. First and foremost, I'm absolutely delighted to see for the second time in 16 months we've actually got a climate change item on the council minutes. But I do despair at Councillor Marshall's insistence not to bring in the fact that the Climate Change Action Working Party has done so much over the last 16 months. We've had 2 or 3 comments made by Mr. Marshall, and Councillor Marshall. He seems hell-bent on, 2 minutes ago he was talking about the Climate Change and Sustainability Officer and the officers, how much they've achieved. What I would like to say, Mr. Mayor, is that all those 4, from paragraph 4 to 6, these were recommendations made by the Climate Change Group months ago. Particularly item 4, there will be members of the Climate Change Working Party would confirm this. This part in paragraph 4 was actually made about 9 or 10 months ago. And although Councillor Marshall is shaking his head, I can assure you I have this written on emails on several occasions. But as has happened in the last 9 or 10 months, the Cabinet have not acknowledged it. So, as you would say, that old expression, better late than never, and I would like to see, and we would like to see as councillors across the board, would like to see much more evidence and information brought to this at this council meeting.
Thank you
very much, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor.
Lee.
Thank
Anything
you.
to respond to there, Councillor Marshall?
Thank you, Councillor Lee. I can assure you that the reports on climate change activity will follow, and there will be under the headings of each of the portfolio cabinet members within their areas as the detailed action plan takes place and work progresses. We will be reporting to council. That is for sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the beginning of this, just before the beginning of this second lockdown, I was shopping in Morrison's, and a couple came to my attention that they own one of the businesses in the indoor market, and they were greatly concerned about the funding that was received in the first lockdown, that they didn't actually receive it till the end of the 3-month period, but were still having to pay rent. And as I believe there's a lot of small businesses across the town still have to pay rent, even though they've not got an income coming in. And this is causing some great hardship, especially when it's a long process to get the funding from government. Can we be assured that if there's any further lockdowns for these small businesses, that we can try and get the money to them a bit quicker if we're getting it from government, please?
Thank you, Councillor Curry. Councillor Marshall, respond.
Thank you, Councillor Curry. I think you heard from Councillor Scott in the leader's report that this council is getting payments out to businesses quicker than most other councils in the country. And I'm proud of the speed that officers of this council have shown to get all payments out to all applicants that are valid. And there has been some invalid applications as well. But with regards to the specific that Councillor Curry mentions, if you can give me some details in writing by email, I will get back to you specifically. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, can I speak to, can I call upon Councillor Donoghue, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Marshall, paragraph 36, page 353, reference A, Kickstart scheme. Has there been any take-up by Darlington businesses to date?
Councillor Marshall.
Sorry, thank you, Councillor Donoghue. Yes, in terms of the overall take-up of Kickstart, as we know, it's centrally managed by the Department of Work and Pensions, and we haven't got any data to share. In terms of, I mentioned, I think at the last council meeting, I certainly did a response to Councillor Hughes that because this Kickstart scheme works on, companies have to apply to take 30 people on. There was a sort of umbrella arrangement in place via the Tees Valley Combined Authority that would bundle smaller companies up together to allow that 30 number to be reached. And the information that I got this morning, that we've had the TVC have submitted 8 applications to the DWP on behalf of 159 businesses with 501 job placements. The Darlington specific figures are 19 businesses and 53 potential placements for residents of Darlington, which is, we'd all like it to be higher, but it's very pleasing that those businesses are applying, and the system seems to be working. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Newell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question relates to...
Can you put your speaker up a little bit, please, Councillor Newell? Sorry.
Okay. No,
fine.
My question relates to Deep Ocean and Feetham's House, which isn't actually in your report. The news that Deep Ocean is set to leave Darlington after 27 years is a big blow to the town, and particularly to their employees. So I was pleased to note that you were quoted as being keen to work with Deep Ocean to explore any possible areas of help and assistance that the council can offer, and no doubt you will update members on developments in this regard. Deep Ocean was due to occupy a whole floor of Feetham's house. This now looks very much in doubt. So please can you let me have details of the current occupancy of Feetham's house? Are there any tenants and what floor space do they occupy? Hopefully every effort will be made to actively encourage other companies to come to Feetham's house, which is a prestigious building and a prime site, and hopefully it won't become something of a white elephant eventually like Northgate House. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Newell. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Councillor Newell. I can confirm that senior officers are in discussions with the management of Deep Ocean in Feetham's house. It is a disappointment. I said this morning in the press that it is a full floor, and it is worrying. And but I don't have any more information on the actual situation with Deep Ocean at the present time. However, I can confirm to you, Councillor Newell, and to members that the ongoing marketing activities for the vacant suites in Feetham's house is ongoing and has been ongoing for quite a while. And obviously it's difficult in the present situation, but that marketing is active and going forward. Thank you, Councillor Newell.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Can I bring in Councillor McCollum?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On the broader topic of Darlington markets, traders on the outdoor market have expressed to me, to this council, and to Councillor Marshall directly that they do not want to remain on the market square. I have also spoken with many local residents who reflect that the market was better sited in closer proximity to the main shopping area. He will be aware of the difficult conditions facing traders down there, including a lack of footfall and a lack of infrastructure at the site that is threatening our historic outdoor market. The National Market Traders Federation, NMTF, has also made representations to this administration, and the communications from the organisation's president have to date gone unanswered. This includes evidence that would support the safe operation of the market within the higher footfall areas of the town centre, including but not exclusively Northgate, Bondgate, High Row and West Row. Indeed, the decision to move the market from the square over a decade ago was predicated upon those areas benefiting from better visibility to support impulse purchasing, as well as the input of anchors into paving for securing gazebos. The lack of infrastructure on the market has meant that traders have been unable to erect Darlington market gazebos and have been left needing to self-erect. This disadvantages casual traders who would have otherwise attended market days. I understand from traders that prior to the second national lockdown that the member was going to bring the traders' completed risk assessment for relocation back to Cabinet for consideration. Separately, traders have been advised that provision would be made for 8 consecutive days of trading from the Thursday before Christmas. May I ask Councillor Marshall, on behalf of these traders, to ensure that the outdoor market is relocated back to the high footfall areas of the town centre, they being High Row, West Row, Northgate and Bondgate, so that the most can be made of trading in the run-up to Christmas. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McCollum. Councillor Marshall will respond.
Thank you, Councillor McCollum. Can I just pick you up on one point? I have responded. I've had 2 meetings with the representatives of the Market Traders Federation, and the email that you were copied into from Michael Nicholson was at my request. It didn't need an answer. We are still in a COVID situation. We're still socially distancing, and we feel. I have taken the comments of Michael Nicholson and of the local representative, and we have discussed it. But we think that the social distancing requirements that we can best put in place on the market square are still current, and we aren't going to change it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Can I bring in Councillor Allen, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Marshall, first of all, thank you for already responding to questions that I emailed to you. Could you just clarify one point for me, please? It's regarding para 18. The release of £300,000, whilst I understand what it's for and where it's come from, etc. That seems an awful lot to me for repairs, when I did meet with the project manager and he assured me that there were few repairs. It's not like there are a significant number of repairs, is what he reported to me. But I did wonder, did that 300,000 include the cost of the architectural survey that was obviously needed? Thank you.
Councillor Marshall to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. I surprised you got a question now, because I answered these questions quite extensively in writing to you, and the 300,000 that you refer to is the total cost of the market roof repairs. They are repairs, but they are quite extensive repairs, and it included the initial survey as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you both. Councillor Snedker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question relates broadly to paragraphs 9 and 10, the cattle mart. This represents a golden opportunity for us to regenerate that part of town. And I appreciate that we will have to wait until the works to the station are complete before we can fully move on to that site. And the idea of getting 160 new dwellings in that part of town of a really high quality is something that I'd really like to see brought forward. However, of course, I would like the people who move into those houses to move into houses that are of the best quality. And unfortunately, our building regs don't allow us to have that happen. The case is that by 2030, there'll be more houses in Darlington needing deep retrofit to meet our carbon emergency requirements, rather than less. And to have more houses needing retrofitting, one of the hardest things to do, one of the most disruptive things to do, can only be seen as a failure. And so what I'd like to hear from Councillor Marshall is, how can we ensure that we don't end up in a situation where we're going back to houses that have been built only a few years ago and are having to disrupt the residents with expensive retrofitting processes? Can we not build right first time?
Councillor Marshall, respond. Thank you.
As Councillor Snedkin knows full well, that whilst we have an intent to increase the building specs, they have to maintain a commercial viability. Whilst we all have an intent of building the highest thermally efficient houses we can, the housing market is price sensitive. If we don't bring builders with us, they won't develop that site at all. But it is subject to a full regeneration package. It will be fully consulted on. It will be fully discussed, and Councillor Snedker will get every chance to pass his comments on whatever's built on there when those programmes and projects come forward as part of a full scheme. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Boddy, if I could return to you, your electronic hand keeps going up and down. Do you wish to ask a question?
Yes, please, if I may.
Yeah, I do apologise. We were a bit confused because your hand was flashing up and down. Anyway, you're here now.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall, thank you for your report. Just in relation to points 18 and 19, are you at all concerned about the fact that stallholders from the indoor market have left and gone into, I understand, the corn mill? And also, could you have a look, please, at the proposal for the biofuel heating for the market hall? Because if anything were to happen and MAM were to withdraw their involvement, we as an authority would be left with that bioheating system, and whether it's viable or not is a matter that may fall upon us as a liability.
Thank you, Councillor Boddy. Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Boddy. We have every confidence that MAM will develop this project with the the heating system that's in the specification, and I'm sure your fears will be unfounded. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 points to make, if I may. The first relates to points 7 and 8. I'm concerned that, contrary to the section immediately previous to that on climate change, it's clear that the council is directly investing in and contributing to excess house building in this town. And as far as I'm aware, this is at no higher insulation standards than the minimum currently allowed. Whilst we can't require it, if we are directly as a council investing in this, surely we can require it of our partners to build at a higher spec. I would refer Councillor Marshall to point 6 in the climate change section above and ask how this business model is resilient to climate change. Putting a large proportion of the council's eggs in a joint venture company basket seems not to be a financially sound model in protecting the council's income, particularly vulnerable to shocks in the housing market, which we've already seen as a result of coronavirus. We can expect more of in January around Brexit, and of course as more consumers expect to have higher insulated homes. My second point relates to point 25, the approval of development in Faverdale. My concern is that when will this council realise that this car dependent drive-through development that is killing our darling town? It's yet another nail in the coffin of the town centre. And yet Cabinet will profess surprise when, as a direct result of more duplicates of multinational stores, which we already have in the town, will further damage local family-run stores and market stalls in favour of these multinational discount chains. We need to encourage development of small local retail sites that seek to serve the people who are within walking and cycling distance of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holroyd. Councillor Marshall to reply.
Thank you, Councillor Holroyd. With regards to Neasham Road, we are building not excess houses, we are building houses to meet the demand for council-owned homes in the town. And we build quality homes. And well, you might pull a face, but you can ask the residents of Macmullen Road on the most recent ones we've built and see the level of satisfaction that they've expressed on service that we've carried out with them. So the houses that we're building for council ownership are quality homes. They are built to the spec they are built to. The extra cost to increase the spec would have resulted in less houses being built. One of the issues to get it through planning was that it was to address the high demand for council houses, and I would not sanction any personally. I would not vote personally for any sanction that reduced the number of houses we could build, when I know that those houses that we do build are good quality, sound homes for our residents. With regards to the point on paragraph 2025, it's a drive-through. It does attract cars, and whilst I realise that you want to live in a car-free society, the reality of the commercial world we live in is that people want to use the cars. And Lidl and that development think it's a viable commercial operation, and it met all the planning constraints that they're asked to meet. There was a full assessment done of the impact on Cockerton, and that supported the development going through. So I'm quite happy with Lidl going through. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. 3 more to go, I think. Councillor Lucas, please. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In relation to paragraph 20 of your report, the imminent planning application is noted, and it's long overdue to develop number 12 Skinnergate, or to at least address the condition of the building, which has worsened over the past 2 years. It casts a shadow over the ambitious over the ambitions of the town centre residents for regeneration, affecting businesses and property development alike. When is the earliest that businesses and residents in Skinnergate and the Yards can expect to see on-site progress at number 12 Skinnergate? Can you also tell us, in the intervening time since the council took ownership, how much money has been spent on the hire of scaffolding to support the front fascia of the property? Thank you.
Mr. Marshall, respond.
Thank you, Councillor Lucas. With regards to your first point, one of the problems that we've had with Skinnergate is that it's a heritage building, it's a historic building, and we've been waiting for reports from Historic England, and because of the coronavirus, they have been delayed. I'm pleased to say that that work is now picked up, and both our project people and our conservation officers are in discussions with Historic England to start being able to put a formal scheme together. I can't yet give you a timescale or a project schedule, but I can tell you that progress is being made with Historic England to make sure that the heritage assets that are there in that building are retained. With regards to the cost of the scaffolding, I can't tell you, but I'll try and find out for you, and I'll send you an email. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Can I call in Councillor Durham, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to make a couple of comments. Firstly, on paragraph 24, I was really pleased to see this in terms of highlighting the work of the planning enforcement and compliance team. Now, within the Brinkburn and Furverdale ward, we had a long-standing issue with a property which was causing not only blight on the neighbourhood, but the mental health of nearby residents. And I'd just like to commend the work of this team. They brought a swift resolution to the problem, and I can't speak highly enough of that team. Secondly, paragraph 25, Councillor Holroyd just obviously made comment to the little supermarket scheme. Now, again, within the ward, this is something that residents have been shouting out for a long time. The traffic survey highlighted there would be minimal increase in traffic, and anecdotally, we know of residents in this area who actually get in their car and travel considerable distances to do their shopping. So if anything, hopefully we will see a reduction in car usage. And I also, if I remember rightly, within the section 106 part of that planning application, there was a positive contribution to cycling infrastructure in the area. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Durham. Councillor Marshall, respond.
Thank you, Councillor Durham. Thank you for the comments. I will make sure that the planning team are aware of them. Yes, you're right about the section 106. There was a contribution to cycling. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, there's actually two questions. I thought it was one. This is a bit like walking with my wife in the hills, and I get a false summit. I get there and she says, no, there's just another bit to climb, but it's all valuable stuff. Councillor Cindy Hughes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just would like to ask a question in relation to paragraph 10. And we see that you indicate that an assessment of the possible future use of the site has been undertaken. And I wonder if that assessment is in the public domain. And if it is, where Park East councillors and residents can access that document. And I ask because, we're talking about a neighborhood, a community. And when we, at some point, ask them we consult them about what's actually going to go on the site, we need to keep them in the loop, because it may be that you're also going to do an assessment as to whether it can be a green space or a park for residents or a facility for community use. And I think it's incredibly important to keep the residents and local councillors informed so that we can actually have some input on the future of that site. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall, to respond. Thank you for that, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. hang on, my screen's gone. I couldn't agree more. I think local member input is absolutely vital, as well as the residents themselves. That site will be subject to a master plan, and whatever goes on there will be subject to full consultation, and the local ward councils will be totally involved. I can guarantee you that.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr.
finally,
Mayor.
pleasure. Finally, Councillor Cousins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Marshall. Just a point of clarification, really. Your answer to Councillor Holroyd regarding the Faverdale planning application, a risk assessment had been done, an impact assessment had been carried out, but it wasn't in favour of that scheme to go ahead on Faverdale. In fact, it felt that it would be quite detrimental to the Cockerton shopping, village. So it was just a point of clarification, so thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Cousins. Any comment, Councillor Marshall?
Yes, just very quickly. Councillor Cousins is half right. There was an assessment done on behalf of the council, and Councillor Cousins is right. That's what it did say. But there was also equally an impact assessment carried out by the developer, which went completely the opposite way, and so we were left as a planning authority to. It was something I raised at the planning committee, but yes, I understand where Councillor Cousins is coming from. Thank you.
Suggest you have a discussion outside of this meeting. Okay,
Yeah.
That concludes your section of the report. Before we move on to Councillor Kevin Nicholson's report, which is 8F, I'm going to suggest that we have a 7 minutes comfort break. Are there any objections to that at all? No, fantastic. So we'll reconvene at 8:30 promptly. The YouTube live streaming will be suspended. So 8:30, make sure you move around, jump up and down, and get some fluids inside you. said 8:30, it's now 8:31. Before we do live stream, right, we're now live streaming again, colleagues. So if we can continue with the meeting. Item 8F is the overview of the Cabinet member with the portfolio for health and housing. And it gives me pleasure to invite Councillor Kevin Nicholson to introduce his report. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are you able to hear me? I've had some signal problems this evening.
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
Thank you. I would like to invite members to note the contents of my report of the health and housing portfolio, which has been previously circulated. And in doing so, Mr. Mayor, I would just like to make a few comments. Firstly, I would like to update members that as of 9 AM this morning, we had 3,168 confirmed cases of COVID-19 in the borough. It is again worth remembering that this pandemic, that those figures are cumulative since the start of the pandemic. All local authority areas in the region have seen a significant increase in cases, in addition to countries around the world who have been adjusting their respective response measures, adapting to the evolution of this virus. Although Darlington has the lowest overall cases in the Tees Valley area, we must not be complacent. There are currently over 155 people in hospitals within the County Durham area. It continues to be a very serious health concern for a number of people in all of our communities. The government has today confirmed that Darlington will sit within Tier 3, the very high alert level framework, from the 2nd of December. And more information is available on the council website and the government website about what that means for residents, businesses. We will continue with our communications plan, focusing on informing people right across the borough of the key local and national messages. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank Councillor Ali for her support in translating those key messages for our BAME communities. And also a big thank you to Dr. Amanda Riley for supporting with our video messaging from a medical professional perspective. In other news, I did want to update members in relation to universal credit, and universal credit claims have continued to increase, with now over 1,400 council tenants claiming universal credit, which makes up around 27% of our housing tenants. But I'm pleased to update members this evening that the average arrears for claimants has been significantly reduced. At the end of Q2 this year, the average arrears for universal credit claimants in Darlington Borough Council properties was around £503. This is a significant reduction from the end of Q2 last year, where our average arrears for universal credit was around £963. I want to reassure councillors that we will always work with tenants to understand and support their circumstances, something not every social landlord does. And finally, I'm delighted to update members that the work being undertaken at the Dolphin Centre to transform our soft play and add a 5-lane bowling alley is due to be completed on budget, on time, next month. Lisa and the team have done an amazing job and deserve recognition and for the commitment and dedication that her and her team have shown in getting this project delivered. I'm confident that this new enhanced asset will help drive more footfall into the town centre and the wider borough, which will be key in our economic COVID recovery. And as always, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Any questions or comment? Councillor Cousins?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Nicholson, good evening. I have a question about something, but it's not actually on your report, but it does relate to your portfolio, if I may. About 2 or 3 years ago, it was agreed that double glazing would be installed in all our housing stock, council housing stock, on a 4-year rolling programme. I have had inquiries from a number of my residents asking me when this will happen. Also, friends and family from across the borough, you know, in other wards have more or less been saying the same. Could you tell me, Kevin, please, how far along we are in this process? And obviously, I do realise we will have, you know, 4 or 5 months delay in this, you know, due to COVID. But people are not happy with their steamy windows. There is a song in there, but I'll shut up now.
Okay, thank you.
Tina Turner.
Thank you, Councillor Cousins. Councillor Nicholson to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Cousins, for the question. And I do understand the views and concerns of residents in our council properties who have single glazed windows or damage within their properties. The council does have a rolling capital programme which does set out quite clearly the expectation of tenants and when they will receive an upgrade. So, for example, under the previous administration, the rolling capital programme for having a kitchen replaced was every 20 years. We're going to try and bring that down a little bit shorter. In terms of the window replacement programme, I can certainly give you a copy of that replacement programme, but it is ongoing. It's been, of course, as you say, interrupted by COVID, but council tenants deserve the investment, and as a council, we are continuing to invest in those properties. So I can give you that list of when, but I totally understand why people want new doors and windows, and residents always get dead excited when they get doors and windows, but have assurance that we are getting round to it and we will do that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Layton, please.
I'm hoping you can hear me this time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And good evening, Councillor Nicholson. My question is about paragraphs 21, 22, the Stop Smoking campaign. It's relating to that.
Yeah.
But it's actually, I'm really, really glad to hear how well throughout the pandemic services such a sort of crucial campaign managing to maintain them safely. And as someone who lost a very dear brother to lung cancer, this is a sort of crucial service that we absolutely need to maintain throughout this pandemic, and obviously for the ramifications it has for people who, if they get COVID. What I'd like to ask, just on the back of that really, is if there is any sort of assessment of how people who are suffering similar kind of problems but with alcohol, how those sort of access to services for people with alcohol issues is being maintained. Obviously they can't do sort of face-to-face, and I've had a few, I'd say a couple in my ward and then one over in Northgate, where people have actually spoken to me and saying that it's sort of dropped off, the sort of support's dropped off rather, so I've had to sort of point them in the direction of their GPs. So yeah. I was just wondering if it's possible, I know it's not a campaign as such, but if it's possible going forward to try and assess the impact on services for people with alcohol problems, because as everyone has heard, and probably I'm just as guilty as anyone, there's a 30% uptick in alcohol consumption throughout this sort of lockdown. So I'd really appreciate that. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Nicholson to respond.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. And yes, it is a very, very important topic, not just for the people who are accessing the services, but particularly, for our young people as well, and getting the messages into schools and into settings to remind people of the damages and dangers, smoking does. As with everything, COVID has interrupted that natural flow of being able to intervene and offer that appropriate support to people. So it's really great that there is people still virtually attending those appointments. In terms of our plan as a council, we do have a plan to reduce smoking in Darlington to around 5%. And I'm really keen to try and achieve that. And we achieve that by communicating that message to a wide range of people within the borough in different communities, and really understand the reason behind why people smoke, whether it's stress, whether it's because it's cool, or whether it's just because people are doing different things. So it's really good to expand on that. In terms of the alcohol situation you mentioned, again, it is a similar thing. It is absolutely related to health. I do think it does fit under a different portfolio in terms of drug and alcohol sits with stronger communities. I don't know why, it's just how it is. And the We Are With You service is the new service that took over from NECA, and they are very much hitting the ground running with trying to support people with those, enhanced addictions that you've mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Can I bring in Councillor McCollum?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. More of a comment, really. Can I thank Councillor Nicholson for including the figures in paragraph 33 of his report. The work that Lifeline Services do is truly vital to the most vulnerable in our communities, and he is absolutely right to highlight the team and their work. Would you mind passing our thanks on to them, because the work they do is extraordinary, and the additional work they've done that is outlined in paragraphs 30 to 32 is just, they're a credit to our council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCollum, and I did visit them and said thank you, because I do think they are lockdown heroes. Councillor Nicholson.
Yes, well, thank you for those kind comments. And I think for me, meeting the team and understanding the work that they do, I would agree it's a very, very valuable service. It's the, in my view, the fourth emergency service, and I think should be treated that way. So over the next few months, you're going to see an evolution of that, call it a product or that service, to make it really, sort of on the forefront of the services the council delivered. So I'm excited, and I'll be sharing those plans with members in the coming weeks and months about how we bring them out of the broom cupboard and actually share some of the great work that the council does across all of our boroughs. And that's what that information is in there, because it's really, really important to share that. So thank you for those comments, and I'll make sure that the team are aware of your comments as well.
Councillor Michael Nicholson, please.
Yes, my question, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Kevin Nicholson is this. I'll go straight to the question. It is good, so Darlington, we will receive 10,000 of these new tests as part of a pilot scheme. And I understand, obviously, there are decisions to be made about how best to deploy them. I would therefore be pleased if we could be kept informed of how you decide to allocate the tests as soon as you've made that decision. And can we also be advised of how effective the pilot scheme is in due course?
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson to reply.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Nicholson, for your comments on the, I assume you mean in the lateral flow test, the 10,000 lateral flow tests which have been announced by the government. It's no longer a trial. The trial took place in Liverpool. It was very successful. So now it's part of the operational response in line with the COVID winter plan. So what I'll just say on the 10,000 COVID tests is it's really great news for Darlington, and it's really going to enable us to look at some of those asymptomatic people across the borough in pockets where we see outbreaks, to enable people to to be able to get back to work, or to understand whether they might be exposed to COVID. We had those delivered today. We have those 10,000 within our possession. You're absolutely right in terms of how we operationally deliver those and make sure that they're used, in the most effective way. That is being considered and has already been considered by the Director of Public Health, and how best we'll use them. It's no secret resource is an issue if we're to get these to every corner of our community and to be most effective. So there are conversations with military personnel around what support that potentially can offer us in how best to do that. I don't want people to go away thinking we're getting the army in to test all Darlington residents. That's not the message, but certainly some logistical support about how we get those tests to certain areas where there's outbreaks is certainly going to be conversations we're having in the next few days. I'll certainly update members with how they are, how is it going and the results we get back from those. If it's possible, I think there are some logistical reasons and confidentiality reasons around how we can share that data and how quickly it comes in, because it's a very much an individual case by case situation. So, for example, we might be contacted, or we might direct some to a business within the borough who has a team of 4 people off with positive COVID. They might have 15, 20 other people who are asymptomatic. They might want those tests. They would then be given the test by the Borough Council and then would load them up, I believe, through their own phones and apps. So we'll keep you updated as best we can is what I want to tell you.
OK, can I bring in Councillor Holroyd, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 points, if I may. The first relates to points 35 to 38. Whilst I commend the council on its next steps for Rough Sleepers programme, I'm slightly concerned that all of the supported units are in the same ward, which already suffers issues around deprivation. This concentration of people clearly with such complex problems in one area of the town has potential to cause further problems. Would it not be better to spread the accommodation out across the town to reduce this likelihood? My second point, whilst I welcome an improved digital offer from the housing team, we must not forget those who are digitally excluded or who do not wish to use online services. I've spoken to many people recently who they're required to come into the contact centre and put themselves at risk if they of contracting COVID, if they're not able to get online. So we must ensure that non-online services both continue to be available, but also that they're well publicised, that they exist to those people who need to use them, because otherwise they may assume that they don't exist and therefore be put off. I've spoken to people who were trying to order a brown waste bin, for example, clearly not a health and housing issue, but people also trying to get on the register of electors or change it. And if they don't have access to or confidence to use the internet, they feel unable to do that. Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson to respond.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Holroyd, for your question. Yeah, in relation to the funding of the homeless, I mean, I'm very proud of the work that officers have done in being able to obtain that money, because it wasn't an easy fund to apply for. It was quite difficult in terms of the return of investment that we were expected to demonstrate in order to get that back. And actually, I think the team have really thought of a really creative idea to look at two objectives and two outcomes for the council. And I simply don't agree that there's an area that might have high areas of deprivation, couldn't support people who might need some additional support. We probably come from two different worlds. I live in the middle of a council estate where we do have some challenging people, and actually sometimes the best people to support people in challenging situations is the very people who are in those situations themselves. So what I will say is there are some particularly difficult and challenging properties within that area which can be, wouldn't say easily obtained, but they could probably obtained a little bit easier than they could in other areas of the town. And bearing in mind that my job is to make sure that the housing revenue account, isn't overspending and make sure that it breaks even, I felt that it was an appropriate use of council money which fulfilled two objectives: one, modernising some properties and putting them into good use, and actually bringing people into those areas who ordinarily wouldn't be there, and supporting people who might have medium long-term homelessness issues. And I think it's a really good initiative. I think probably hearing you talk about it, members might need to know a little bit more about it, and I think to understand how that might evolve, how houses might look, the type of tenants that will be in those. So I'm more than happy to ask the director to draw something up that I to you around what that's going to look like, because I want you all to be part of that transformation.
Councillor Nicholson, just on that, maybe suggest maybe an online briefing, virtual briefing by you and the director. Members will probably find that of value. Okay, sorry to interrupt you there. Carry on.
No, it's fine. On the digital offer, I absolutely get that not everybody is all about digital and digital excluded, but can I just say, I met with a team who are running this digital offer and they've built it from scratch, and I'm so proud of the passion and dedication that they've got for this service, and I think members should get behind it because they've built it from scratch, and every area of the council is trying to nick it, and I want to charge them. They're not having our innovation without it costing them. So it's a really good tool. So if people want to send in a birth certificate, they'll just take a photo, scan it up, and it sends on. It's had thousands and thousands of downloads from our council tenants who have already fed back that it's really useful. And we're running a competition in December where the more people who download it, there's going to be a competition for somebody to win. So not everyone will be excluded. There'll always be a place for people to do stuff face to face, but our tenants are telling us they want more accessibility. They want to do what some private companies are doing and private businesses are doing. We're evolving that. I'm proud that that's come from our housing department, and we're leading the way. And our staff's, innovation's being poached by lots of other areas of the business, and that's a really good thing for that team. And they're really proud of the work and the product that they've created. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Snedker, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Going back to the lateral flow test, I'm sure people are beating your door down, trying to tell you where they should be going. So apologies. This is a question that's been sent to me by a resident. So I promised I would raise it with you. So indulge me if you would. It's really asking about care homes and visits. I've got a mum in a care home, so I know how hard it is and how much residents really are finding it very hard losing contact with loved ones, particularly my dad. So it's really a plea to you, and I know you will take this on board and you're considering it already, is to look at a way we can use these lateral flow tests to enable face-to-face contact between people, particularly those who've got a mental degenerative disease or regardless of their age. that are missing that contact between loved ones that make their life so worthwhile. So if you could, I'm sure you're taking it on board, but I thought I'd put that plea out there and really make the case for care homes in particular, deserving their fair allocation of these tests.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nicholson to respond.
Yeah, thank you. Although care homes don't sit within my portfolio, I'm updated very regularly about the challenges that our care home teams and staff are facing. I think some of the stories, coming out of our care homes and some of our sheltered accommodation, is really, really difficult to hear. And, I remember, speaking to a lady in one of our sheltered housings called Audrey, who has my mobile number, and she rings me regularly to tell me how she's feeling and how things are working. So I totally understand the difficulty faced by people within care homes. I'm pleased to tell you that those 10,000 lateral flow tests, well, I'm not pleased to tell you they won't be used for care homes. What I'm pleased to tell you is the government have, in the winter outbreak plan, the new plan that was announced on Monday, all care homes will be provided with those tests themselves, irrespective of council intervention. So they will run them themselves. So every care home will have their own lateral flow test that they will administer and report back to the Department of Health themselves. So that will not have any bearing on the 10,000 that the council have. So hopefully that gives you some assurance, and that will be the same with schools as well. So that gives us some relief as a council in terms of that operational thing I talked about earlier.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Allen.
It's okay, Mr. Mayor. My question's already been answered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cindy Hughes, and I think that's the final question.
Thank you,
But
Mr. Mayor.
I've said that before, haven't I?
You have. I'm seeking clarification in relation to matters in paragraph 18. The current Darlington suicide prevention plan highlights that suicides are not inevitable and in most cases can be prevented. And suicide rates in England have increased since 2007, making suicide the biggest killer of men under the age of 50, as well as a leading cause of death in young people and new mothers. The most recent figures show that Darlington has a suicide rate that's higher than the rate for England and also for the Northeast average. It's therefore incredibly disappointing that the 4 projects funded to address this important matter have faced issues as a result of COVID. So really, I'm just wondering, does the portfolio holder have an update on any additional information as to whether and how these projects are currently helping those who need the support? Because obviously, some of the issues are exacerbated because of COVID, and I'm hopeful that they found ways to get these projects up and running. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you to
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you to Councillor Hughes for raising this, very delicate issue. I don't think, there's many of us who haven't been affected by suicide. I remember my own story of my uncle who took his own life when I was a teenager, and it had a profound impact on me and my family. So I'm more than aware of the impact it can have. What I will say, though, is that, suicide prevention and support for well-being and mental health, is a shared responsibility, and it isn't just the council's responsibility alone. And those organisations that we talk about, the Morrison's Trust, Mind, and the charities that are trying to help those people have had difficulties as well with their own staff protection, their own well-being, their own sickness, and things like that. So rest assured, I have been talking to those organisations, and the new Director of Public Health sees this as a priority, as you do, and we will be looking at this. But the mental health challenge faced by this country, is a wider one than the small, contribution that the council can attempt to make in trying to fix that. It goes through to our GPs, through to the primary care network, in our ambulance services, our social workers. And I think for me, things like social prescribing is really key in terms of people's well-being around making sure people are doing, positive things such as attending gyms or walking, or actually finding something which really works for them. And I said it before, and I'll say it again, it's as each one of us as community leaders, it's for us to talk about our own well-being and our own journey with mental health, because I think that's one of the key things, is to talk about things. So in summary, we are working on it, Councillor Hughes. It is something that's really close to mine and my family's heart. And, I would spend all the money in the world trying to help people become, the people that they want to be. But unfortunately, that is a shared responsibility across a lot of public sector people and private sector companies as well. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Before we move on to Councillor Keir, just to put a reminder or a shout out, that's probably the wrong terminology. It's Grief Awareness week after next, and thank you really to Councillor Scott, who's enabled, and I don't know whether you've also had some involvement, Councillor Nicholson, but it's a Bereavement Awareness Day on the 8th of December, and the Clock Tower and Dolphin Centre will be lit up, and I think it would be good to promote that, because I think bereavement and dying during COVID has been very different to bereavement during other times, and I think we've seen it in our own communities. But apologies for raising an issue. I should be impartial, but I thought it was quite an important issue to flag. But I'll drop everyone a line as Mayor, because I'll be attending at some point with some members of my chaplaincy team for some contemplation when the clock tower is lit up. Okay, if I could bring in, move to item 8G, overview of the Cabinet Member with Portfolio for Local Services, and I would invite Councillor Keir to introduce his report. Councillor Keir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to note the content of the report on the local service portfolio, which has been previously circulated. A couple of things I would just mention is you can see the amount of highway maintenance schemes that are going on. The funding that we had for that has been well used. Particular note to the Victoria Road scheme people. If you've been down that area, you'll have seen that work has started there and it's doing well. I'd like to commend the return to school transport. We had some problems there, just as the schools are starting back up, where we had some issues with actually the drivers and getting they had taken COVIDs, and the team worked very hard to make sure that we managed to get the extra buses, etc., back on for the students going back to school. So that was something else, and I'm happy to say that, as probably seen in the Echo, the Darlington Hippodrome was successful in its bid for £1 million from Culture, the Culture Recovery Fund. So that will help significantly with the running costs of the theatre between October to the end of March. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I would be happy to take some questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Keir. Councillor Brian Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 2 points, please, on items 5D and 6E. 6E first, just to say the resurfacing of the A67 Yarm Road has been a superb job and has made a tremendous difference. And on 5D, I'm delighted to see that the C38 between Sadburge and Middleton St George is due to be done in the near future. That road, for a minor road, carries a tremendous amount of traffic and is desperate need of some work done on it. So thank you to the Highways team, Councillor Keir. Thank you.
Okay, to respond, Councillor Keir.
No response, just
All right.
Thank you very much. I'll let folks know on that, Councillor Jones. Thank you.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hope everyone's safe and well. First of all, I'd just like to say a huge congratulations for the Christmas light switch on that went virtual this year. A lot of the events that are happening in our town have had to go virtual, and we had some fantastic singers and performers, and of course our own Mr. Mayor in there. So I'd just like to say congratulations on that. I'd also just like to just say a massive happy retirement for someone who's been with the council for over 40 years. It's been a massive part to helping me with events and things in town, and that's Marion Ogle. So I'd just like to make that acknowledgement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any response, Councillor Keir?
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Wright, for that. It was good seeing you on the magic box and everything else. It was well done, and I think all of the events that are happening in the town at this time in particular, it just brings that bit of cheer to people, and power to your legs and power to your elbow in the future with all the stuff you do with the dance troops, etc.
Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have 2 points again. One's very brief. regarding point 11, it's mentioned that funding is available to enable extra services to operate until Christmas. What happens after that? Do the duplicate services stop, or can extra funding be applied for? It seems coronavirus is unlikely to simply stop at Christmas. My second point relates to point 12. It seems that information campaigns were run. These have previously proven unsuccessful in the past when no accompanying changes are made to improve the safety of the streets and the perception of it. This is particularly a high priority around children and their parents. Most parents do not want to feel they'll put their child at risk by encouraging them to walk or cycle to school if they feel unsafe, and no amount of advertising or encouragement will get them to do so. I'm not aware of any extra safety measures that were implemented to enable increased number of students to walk or cycle to school. Do we have any statistics to know how many more the advertising campaign encouraged to take this transport method up? Thank you.
Regarding item 11, the funding we will be maintaining. We'll have to, in the COVID, we'll have to maintain the transport. That's for sure, Councillor Holroyd, and that is a TVCA domain. But we will be putting our case forward for as many of the transport for the school as possible. So that will be ongoing. On the walking and travelling to public transport, as you know, this is a very difficult area, and it's something that we are toiling with all of the time. The schools have a big part to play in this, and they're doing as much as they can. It's people getting the children to school. There isn't really that much else that can be done in the short term on this. I mean, we are looking at how we can. We've asked the schools to put letters out to parents. The driving, we'll put in some schools where we're sending the enforcement people have gone up there to make sure for safe driving, etc. And I think the sensitivities around the roads being quiet and everybody being quite happy, and then it suddenly come up, it's caused a lot more complaints, I would say, because people are now going back to normal, and it's so the enforcement folks are getting a lot more to do. But essentially, it's trying to get the parents to be a bit more considerate when they're parking and where they're going, and we're trying to do that through enforcement and also through getting folks to the schools, getting out to the parents and asking them to be more considerate. Apart from that, there hasn't been anything else much. There hasn't been any other work around the schools in respect to enforcement or stopping people going with cars, because obviously, as you know, parents will want, particularly new parents, they'll be taking their kids to school if they can in their cars. So in respect to around schools, it's a case of we're trying to maintain the flow, try and stop people parking inconsiderately, and also I think putting some enforcement in there to try and help that in the short term. In the longer term, obviously, we need to look at what we can do around schools in respect to traffic flows, etc. It's a long-term problem that we're going to be toiling with for a while, I think.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Keir. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's about item 26 with the waste, garden waste collection still being going on. I think during lockdown, the first lockdown and the second lockdown, people have had plenty of time to do their gardening and get plenty of garden waste for them. Can I ask, are we going to be doing anything for Christmas tree collections? I know that some of the charities do collections, but one of the things that happen in some of the terrace streets is that Christmas trees are dumped in the back lanes and not collected. So it'd be useful to know if we could have something done about Christmas trees for the future.
Thank you. Councillor Keir, respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Curry, no, I haven't. I've not been blessed with this question before about Christmas tree collections. I can imagine and understand exactly what you're saying. I'll try and get something back to you in writing on that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Snedker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple of points, Councillor Keir. The first one is on point 25, which is about waste and recycling. I don't know whether it's more people working from home, but I've had a really big uplift in people commenting that their recycling is going into a standard lorry. Now, I have spoken to officers and they've always responded very promptly, but they normally say that this is down to a mechanical breakdown and the recycling is being put into a standard lorry. But residents work really hard to sort their waste. They want to do the right thing. So is there a problem? Is it a bigger problem we need to look into? The second one was in paragraph 14. Now, I know we discussed this briefly at Cabinet about this wonderful idea of a cycling route through the borough, which I strongly support. But I did put my feelers out to people who cycle, and I had a few comments from people who've ridden the bit that's been done already, and I'm afraid the responses aren't great. I read that section. The surface was appalling. It was a terrible experience. I thought it must have been churned up by horses or motorbikes. Someone else commented, "You're braver than me riding along there. I'm not an athlete." And someone else mentioned about the barriers and whether these were actually compliant with Equalities Act legislation. So just a little bit of feedback. It's a great idea. I know it's going to be challenging, but I really would like this cycle route to be, and walking route to be, open to everyone and not exclude a significant part of the population, if that's possible. Thank you.
Cheers, Councillor Keir.
Thank you, Councillor Snedker. I think on the second part, I think that feedback, I'll take that back and I'll have a look at that. That's something I certainly wasn't expecting with that. So I'll have a look at that. We'll get the officers to look at that.
Recycling.
And the recycling, yeah. Sometimes you're absolutely right. Sometimes in the recycling, the segregated bin lorry does go down and have to use other lorries, but obviously you're absolutely right. I mean, that's a fundamental for us going forward, that we really, and I said to you at the last meeting, that we need to make sure that we maximise that recycling as much as possible, and we will be, as I say, we are subject to breakdowns, etc. at times, and we'll have a look at that going forward as to how we can make sure that if we don't have the exact lorries there, that we maybe have to do something different. But I think in the short term, we are where we are just now with lorry drivers, with the availability of the hardware that we have to us. But certainly the intent is always to use the recycle lorries. And sometimes I think people see the same bin being used with the recycling, and they think that everything's going into the one bin, when it actually is, when actually the bin is a segregated bin and they're doing it in different sides. So there might be a bit of that as well, but certainly the intent is always to have those recycle lorries. They do recycle, they do segregate the material, and we're asking people to be diligent and more diligent so that we can get that recycling number up as high as we can do. So again, I think it's something we'll have a look at for you. But I think where we are just now, the only time I would think that would happen would be when we have a breakdown or when we don't have a lorry available.
Thank you, Councillor Keir. That's it. There are no current electronic hands up. If we could move now to item 8H. Overview for resources. I would invite Councillor Johnson to introduce and speak to his report. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move my report, and in doing so, will comment on the hopefully more positive outcomes rather than any bad news. Paragraphs 2, 3 and 4 refer to COVID funding. The report is brief as it reflects information already reviewed by Cabinet and resource scrutiny, and with a current deficit of 0.8 million. This is significantly lower than what we expected. Clearly, this is the current position, and updates will be advised if there are further costs and income as the virus progresses. Revenue budget monitoring, para 5 and 6. Despite some of the financial difficulties due to COVID-19, I'm pleased to say we can now project an overall improvement in balances of 1.143 million with a new reserve of 20,506 in March 2021. This will help significantly with our medium-term financial plans as we look to future years. Our departments have done particularly well in their efforts to reduce costs in these difficult times, and we will be keeping a close eye on our budgets being affected by the ongoing virus. Para 7 furlough. Our government has extended the scheme until March 21. It will mainly help leisure and culture staff where premises have been closed under lockdown. More interesting good news there was the staff of the Hippodrome will no longer be furloughed as a result of a significant Arts Council grant up till March 21. Paragraph 8, the regulatory powers. The essence of this report is to inform members how the powers of the Council to carry out surveillance are regulated by the Regulation Investigatory Powers Act. I'm pleased to say the Council had an inspection in August of this year of our services, which has demonstrated to the Surveillance Commissioner Inspector our levels of compliance were of good standard. PPS Capital Programme, Paras 9, 10 and 11. There are currently 39 live projects which are expecting to give an outturn of 126 million, delivering on time and on cost. There's only one project beyond the normal tolerances, and that's in Jenean Park. This was due to a delay in timing of drainage works to suit ecological requirements. Finally, the overall programme remains on budget at 254 million, attending to council services, council homes, schools, traffic flows and sustainable travel. Paragraph 12, the lime cells. This report furthers our commitment to support all things which can demonstrate our town's heritage and railways. Specifically early steam train engines like Locomotion and the first passenger railway from Darlington in 1825. Locomotion has always resided in Darlington. Sorry.
No, carry on, Councillor Johnson.
I'll say it again. Yes.
Yeah, I wasn't muted.
Okay. Locomotion has always resided in Darlington, and there is little evidence of any other valid claims on its tenure. Locomotion is an emblem of the success of Darlington industry, businesses and workers, and the council and residents of Darlington must rally together to keep our emblem at all costs. Our annual procurement plan, paragraph 9, again, apologies for the numbering of the paragraphs. You'll see that it's a repetition further down. The annual plan lays out the council procurement intentions over the year, and this report provides an update since July. The plan is subject to contract procedure rules which require the Cabinet to approve all strategic contracts. The procurement board, which manages the plan, can waive as an exception when necessary the contract procedure rules, for instance, immediate specialised care for a child. Member meetings. Not a lot to add to this report. This is Parrot 10A. Other than to say thanks to the enduring staff of our ICT and Democratic Services departments in keeping the Teams application and live streaming of our meetings in good order. I do recognise...
Councillor Johnson,
yes.
If I may, this is a very laudable and comprehensive feedback and summary of your report. Are there any, under the conscious of time and the agenda, are there any really other pertinent points to add to the pertinent points that you've already raised?
One more to say.
Yes, I'm sure. Go on then.
All right. Members' meetings I've touched on, fine. Annual canvass, just again, make members aware, there's a legal requirement for the council to conduct an annual canvass. The purpose to confirm occupants of properties are properly listed in the electoral register, which is published. This allows registered residents the opportunity to vote. Elections, I have nothing to add to this item.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson, for a very comprehensive report. Do we have any question or comment, cognizant of the comment that Councillor Johnson made about the discrepancy on paragraph numbers, so you'll have to be a bit careful there. Is there any question or comment? Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is on the acquisition of the lime cells, paragraph 12. Really welcome this, but when we had the Heritage Quarter briefing, lime cells weren't indicated on that. When the council has made its mind up what it's going to do with this in the Heritage Quarter, could we have another briefing so that we know how the lime cells will be integrated into the Heritage Plan?
Thank you. Councillor Johnson to respond.
Yes, the officers will be working on the future plans for the lime cells. Okay. Members will be fully informed.
Lovely. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd be grateful if Councillor Johnson could provide an update regarding the Futures Fund. How much money has been spent and on what? How much is remaining and how much of that money is already earmarked? I appreciate that this is a detailed matter, Mr. Mayor, and will of course be happy to receive a written reply from Councillor Johnson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Johnson, are you able to give a verbal or do you wish to give a written?
It'll be a written reply. Yeah,
lovely.
It's moving all the time.
Right, lovely, thank you. Councillor Harker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wonder if Councillor Johnson could use this opportunity to give us an update on an issue that I'm sure has lots of inside knowledge, as he's a fellow ward councillor in Hummersnott ward. I'm just wondering if he can tell members when Councillor Paul Howell intends to stand down from his seat, which he's signalled on a number of occasions his intention to do so, but has yet to actually declare his intentions with any detail. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand that it's all down to when elections can be called. There's no point in Councillor Howell stepping down if we can't manage an election. We're waiting for the government to make its mind up on when the future elections will take place.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Snedker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Sort of following on from Councillor Harker's question in paragraph 12, for the second time running, we've got a clear indication of when elections can take place. Democratic Services have been very forthcoming and helpful in talking me through the legislation, and it's quite clear that the 6th of May is the date of the next set of elections. So maybe that I can offer that as a help to you in answering Councillor Harker's question. My question I was going to ask was about the procurement plan. Looking through the spending card, there's an awful lot of things we buy from Amazon. Now, I know they are kind of local now, but they are kind of everywhere. And I was just wondering, are we doing everything we can as an authority to spend our money more locally and maybe with companies that spend a little bit more in tax than our local big box shipping company? So is there anything we can do to spread the money to local companies on that one?
Yes, Councillor Snedker, the officers are under clear instructions that we do look for local sourcing whenever it's available. A lot of what we do buy is through NEPO, where we sign up for considerable contract terms, and we must stick with those contracts. It's quite difficult at times to find local suppliers who are prepared to sign on to the contract procedures that the council actually operates. We've had one or two discussions with various contractors on that particular problem, but by and large, the officers are looking at local supply wherever possible.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Holroyd, I think. Oh no, pause there. Can I bring Councillor Howell in? I think he was.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought
you may be able to clarify matters. You're on your side, Yes, go for it, Councillor Howell. You're on your side, though.
Am I? Is that any better?
Yes. I don't know what happened there.
Don't know what happened there because the device has been the same way around all night, but never mind.
I have no idea.
No, me neither. Anyway, I wasn't lying down, honest. So just to bring clarity to those points, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, as soon as it's an opportunity to stand down, then I will be standing down. And as I understand it, the date is May. So just to give members assurance that obviously I'm not as active as a councillor as I would like to be. So I haven't been taking the allowances as a councillor for since the start of this year. And I will stay as at least the members of Hummersnott can reach me if they want to. The phone number is still available and they can contact me, but I'm not taking any expenses whatsoever for it. And I think that if I did stand down now, then they'd have no representation. And I think that would be a worse position for them. So
thank you.
That's the rationale.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Question asked and some clarification given. Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to follow on the previous question about procurement, one of the large contracts we've noticed coming up for renewal in the next 12 months is renewal of the fleet for £3 million. What environmental aspects will be considered in respect of this procurement? And also another question, if I may briefly, the shortfall in funding for COVID, you've already pointed out, is £875,000. What is the likelihood of this shortfall being met? And is this likely to increase before COVID is no longer an issue? Thank you.
In respect of the fleet, you probably, if you're looking at the procurement programme, you will see that there's electric charging points going to be installed in the depot in Allington Way and Lingfield Street. I don't know at this point in time how big that project's going to be and how many fleet vehicles will be addressed being electrically driven. I can get that information from you from the officers on this immediate purchase. It might be helpful for you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Johnson. If I could bring in, was that the question, all the question asked?
No, Mr. Mayor, there was a second part.
Right, I do apologise, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, it's very difficult to project the COVID outturns. We don't know how much money the income's coming in from the government. We don't know much more money we're going to spend on the treatment of the COVID itself. So it's a long shot, and the officers are not minded to even try and estimate what it might be.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor McCullum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question of curiosity, Councillor Johnson. I understand from colleagues that several elections ago there was an all-mail ballot used as a trial. I have to admit it was somewhat before I was legally able to vote. But I just wondered, with the date of the elections next year being fixed through the Coronavirus Act as being the 6th of May, and the situation, as you said, being somewhat unpredictable, is there potentially a likelihood of an all-mail ballot? And if so, how prepared are we with reference to to paragraph 12? How prepared would this authority be for an all-mail election? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I can't remember an all-mail election, quite frankly. So I can't really comment on that. It seems a rather odd matter to raise. The town hall itself is preparing, as we speak, for the elections, particularly of the local elections coming at us for Crime Commissioner and Mayor of TCVA. You need to explain to me a little more what your question is. You can do that later if you like.
I suggest you have a discussion, Councillor McConnell,
Yes,
Councillor Johnson.
will do.
I do recall the all postal vote election. I can't remember when it was, but let's move on. We have we've got items on the agenda to cover. Finally, I think we've got Councillor Cruddas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to ask Councillor Johnson, having been exposed to these things before, when we look at procurement and the local content of it, and you look at the amount of procurement that we do, the proportion of the money that we spend on adult care and children's care is an enormous percentage of our purchasing requirement. And in fact, all of that, by the very nature of it, is done as locally as possible. So the items, the additional items, I think, whilst it's desirable to have them placed locally, from a point of percentage of amount of money that's spent locally, would be quite small, I would think.
We spend about 60% of our budget on children's and adult services. That leaves 40% to spend elsewhere. Of that 40%, a lot of it is spent through the Durham County processes with the NEPO. A lot is spent outside of Darlington because Darlington doesn't have the particular facilities to provide the service that's required. This is something that has disturbed me greatly, particularly in the children's services, where we are sending single children out to special care, and it's costing us £500,000 for 3 years. Really expensive. We don't have the facilities inside.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson, for a very informative report and a Q&A session. Thank you for that. If we could now move on to item number 8.1, which is the Council Plan 2020-2023. Report's been circulated to all of you, all members. I would call upon Councillor Mrs Scott to move the recommendations and speak to the report. Councillor Mrs Heather Scott, please. Leader.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I move that the Council approves the Council Plan 2020 to 2023, and I'll be very brief in my comments because I'm conscious of the time. If I could just refer people to the penultimate paragraph on my introductory page on page 377. There were some questions at Cabinet, and I would just like to emphasise that this is really our vision for the 3 years, and obviously the plan will be reviewed annually. There are further details behind each portfolio holder, and I think that we obviously have to be aware that this will be looked at regularly because particularly with COVID, we may have to take into account the circumstances relevant at the time, and it will be reviewed twice a year along with the other key performance indicators by Cabinet and the various scrutiny committees. I so move, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Is that seconded?
Seconded.
Seconded. Okay, so it's been seconded. Are there any questions to the Chief Officer's Executive of a technical or factual nature on the report? Councillor Doris, oh no, it's disappeared. Councillor Doris Jones. Technical question, is that Councillor Doris Jones?
No, Mr Mayor, my computer's playing games.
All right,
Sorry.
so, okay, we'll move on. Any, I don't think there are any, I'll just chat with officers who are working with me. Your electronic hand is going up and down, so to speak. Right, there's no technical questions. I'd now invite members to enter into a discussion on the report. Councillor Harker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In the introduction to the report, it makes the comment that recovery from COVID-19 pandemic is a major challenge for us. Repeat that, a major challenge for us, and I certainly wouldn't disagree with that sentiment. I ask myself, how is that major challenge reflected in the revised local plan? And frankly, in my view, I don't think it is. other than some very minor changes in the ordering of some of the key actions, the plan is essentially the same plan as was presented at the start of the year. Are we to believe that despite all the damage that the pandemic has done to us as a society, how the economy has been wrecked after all the things that have happened over the last 3 months, that according to this plan, we are simply to pick up where we left off 7 months ago? And I would argue that cannot be the case. At the Cabinet meeting, Councillor Cindy Hughes asked the same question and focused on issues facing the impact on children and young people. Her concerns were ignored. More broadly, I would make the same point that many of the council services, if not all the council services, will remain unaffected in terms of how we deal with them going forward, arising from the pandemic. And I take Councillor Scott's point, and I presume what she's trying to say was that this is a vision for the future. But I would still argue either that our vision has to change as a consequence of the pandemic, or if our vision remains the same, how we get there surely has to have changed as a consequence of all the issues that we're going to have to deal with once this pandemic is finished. And because of that, I don't feel that this plan can be enacted without serious revision. And I feel, therefore, I cannot support it as it stands. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any further question or comment? Councillor Holroyd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to highlight, I think it's a very good quote that was chosen on page 3 of the report, page 377 of our council papers, emphasising that it's not just economic growth that's key, it is the difference between a good job and a good home. We need to do more to direct economic growth towards the good businesses that increase the social benefit and community benefit to this town, and also dissuade the bad businesses which have negative environmental and social effects on the town. It needs to be the right balance, because growth for growth's sake is the ideology of the cancer cell, and cancer never did anybody any good. Whilst we as a council may not have full influence over the economy, public sector investment, as well as directing funding for training, can be used to kickstart growth in new and emerging green growth sectors. I haven't found sufficient detail, shall we say, in this plan as to how we aim to use spending from such sources to maximise the green economic recovery in the town. I do welcome the local community wealth building approach to procurement, and would love to learn more about the council's policy on that, on which that's based. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further question or comment? Councillor Cindy Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Since the Cabinet meeting, I've had the opportunity to review the council plans for our near neighbours. I've looked at Durham County Council, Middlesbrough, Stockton, Hartlepool, and they all place the COVID-19 pandemic strategy, how councils will actually deal with that. And in fact, all of the other councils admit that this strategy will dominate their work over the next 3 years. So although we were in favor, I mean, this plan as it stands went through a consultation with the public and also with scrutiny. It is no longer fit for purpose. The world has changed, and the people of Darlington deserve to know whether our council has a COVID-19 strategy and what it entails. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
You're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, colleagues.
It's a habit.
Yes, quite. Councillor Mrs. Heather Scott to reply to the debate.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think in my introduction, I did say that obviously we would be looking at this plan. It's reviewed annually, and we would have to take account of changing circumstances. I think that we do have to have ambition. I accept that COVID has had an effect on obviously what we're trying to do, but you know, this is a plan for the future. We do obviously highlight that economic development is extremely important, and I take on board what Councillor Holroyd is saying. And I think if you look in detail of each portfolio holder, you will see that obviously creating jobs and obviously having recognition for what we can do is part of what we want to do. I think the comment that it's not fit for purpose, yes, I've looked at other council plans, Councillor Hughes, and I still accept that I think ours is a good plan. It is ambitious, and I think we have to be ambitious for the town. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Heather Scott. I'll ask any members who do not support the recommendation moved by Councillor Mrs Scott to indicate by raising their electronic hand. Colleagues, we're going to have to take a roll call vote, so if you could bear with me. Could I hand over to Mr Swinhoe, who will conduct the roll call vote?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So members, can you indicate when your name is called whether you're voting in favour of the recommendations in the report, or you're voting against, or you're abstaining? Councillor Ali. Councillor Ali. Councillor Ali.
Ryan, I'm muted.
I can't hear you, Councillor. I'll come back. Councillor Allen.
For.
Councillor Baldwin, I don't think is present. Councillor Barch. Councillor Barch? I can't hear Councillor Barch. I'll come back to Councillor Barch. Councillor Bell.
Councillor Bell. Bell can't speak, so
if you remember. Yes, remember he can show his hand.
Yeah. Councillor Bell, can you put the camera on?
Shocking.
Mr. Mayor, he's posted in the chat. All
right. I'm going to, just looking at Mrs. Swinhoe, I think we can make a judgment, a decision on that. He's posted in the chat. Okay, we're fine with that. Okay.
Councillor Body.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Chu.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
For.
Can I just say that there's quite a bit of background interference. Can everyone make sure they're on mute? He's not responding to what I'm saying. Councillor Cousins.
Abstain.
Councillor Cruddis.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Crumby.
Abstain.
Councillor Mrs. Cully.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Curry.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Donoghue.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Dalston.
4, and Councillor Barch has indicated on the chat that he's 4 as well.
Thank you. Councillor Durham.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Harker.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Hazeldine, I don't think is with us. Councillor Heslop.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Holroyd.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Howell.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Cindy Hughes.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Linda Hughes has given her apologies. Councillor Johnson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Mr. Brian. Councillor Mr. Brian Jones.
4.
Councillor Mrs. Doris Jones.
4.
That's 4, is it?
Yes, 4.
Thank you. Councillor Keir.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Lang.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
4.
I think I've got Councillor Ali indicating that she's abstaining. I can see that. Thank you. Councillor Lister has given her apologies. Councillor Lucas.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall.
4.
Councillor McCullum.
Abstain.
Mr. Mayor.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Mills.
She's
Can't
indicated
speak.
4 on the chat.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Councillor Newell.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Kevin Nicholson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Nicholson.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Paley.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Preston.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Renton.
4.
Councillor Andy Scott.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Heather Scott.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Snedker.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Tate.
Hi, Luke. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Tosterman.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Wallace.
Abstain.
Thank you. And Councillor Wright.
4. Thank you.
Thank you. So we think that's carried. I'm pretty sure.
Good. After consultation with the Mr. Swinhoe, we're confident that's been carried. Moving on to item number 8J, Council Tax Support Scheme Approval 2021-2022. Report's been circulated. I'd call on Councillor Johnson to move the recommendations and speak to the report. Councillor Johnson. Councillor
Thank
Johnson.
you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you.
For the sake of time management, as there are no changes proposed for next year, I therefore move the report as recommended in paragraph 5 for the reasons given in paragraph 6.
Thank you, Councillor. Then is that seconded?
Seconded.
Thank you. Are there any questions which are technical for the Managing Director? Bear with me. Mrs. Wright. Clarify, Councillor Newell and Crumbie, are they old hands? Your hands are up.
Yes.
All right.
Sorry, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor.
That's you're forgiven. There are no technical questions. I'm sure the Managing Director will be relieved. I now invite members to enter into discussion on the report. No questions. Councillor Johnson, no need to reply to no questions. I'd ask members who do not support the recommendation moved by Councillor Johnson to indicate by raising their electronic hand. Please do so. This is do not supported. No objections. I can confirm that no one is against the recommendation, so can members in favour please indicate by raising your electronic hand. Thank you, colleagues. That is carried. Item number 8K, Treasury Management Annual and Outturn Prudential Indicators 2920. Report has been circulated to all members. I'd call on Councillor Johnson to move the recommendations and speak to the report. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Again, save time management. I move the report as recommended in paragraph 6 for the reasons given in paragraph 7.
Thank you. Is that seconded?
Seconded.
Seconded. That's been seconded. Are there any questions of a technical nature for Assistant Director Resources? Councillor Harker and Cruddas, you have your electronic hands raised. Are they technical questions, Councillor Harker?
They're up by mistake.
All right, okay. Get your hand down.
And mine.
All right. There are no technical questions. Mrs. Davison will be relieved. I now invite members to enter into discussion on the report. No questions, so Councillor Johnson, no need to reply to the debate unless you choose. I apologise profusely. There is one contribution to the debate. Councillor Holroyd.
I apologise. I assumed there would be somebody before me. I wanted to ask, there is no mention of projects like community wealth building and community renewable energy. Many other local authorities are developing programs in this area because they have quite good rates of return, and they also serve the community wealth building effect of training people and bringing in good jobs, resulting in good social benefits in insulating homes and providing renewable energy, as well as reducing carbon emissions and energy costs to the town. So I would very much like for future reports for this area to be looked into, because I do believe there's a good financial case for doing it. There are, for example, local authorities like Stroud where they've been doing this. So that would be a good place to look for more information. Thank you.
I'm sure Councillor Johnson will enlighten us on how this would fit with the report, which can be quite prescribed. But Councillor Johnson, to reply to
yes, it's a valid question. I hopefully can give you a valid answer. Our finance team are continually looking to maximise our income in these difficult times through investment, joint ventures, external support, and of course COVID-19 government support. We are looking at every opportunity to invest money which will bring a return to the council. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Johnson. I'll now ask any members who do not support the recommendations moved by Councillor Johnson to indicate by raising their electronic hand. Anybody object to it? No. Nobody's against it. So can members in favour please indicate by raising your electronic hand? Thank you, colleagues. That is carried. Item 9A, overview of the adults. I do apologise, colleagues. Item 9 is to consider overview reports of the scrutiny committees, and these reports have been circulated to all members. Again, I will invite each scrutiny chair to in turn to speak, and members will then be given the opportunity to comment and ask questions. Item 9A is the overview of Adult Scrutiny Committee, and I would invite Councillor Curry to introduce her report. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to note the content of my report on the working of the Adult Scrutiny Committee, which has been previously circulated.
Thank you. Any comment to Councillor Curry or questions? No question or comment. Okay, moving on. Item 9B, overview of the Children and Young People Scrutiny Committee. I invite Councillor Cindy Hughes to introduce her report. Councillor Hughes. Councillor Cindy Hughes.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd invite members to note the content of my report on the working of the Children and Young People Scrutiny Committee, which has been previously circulated. I'm not going to go through anything tonight, but I would draw your attention to paragraph 3, and it relates to an evidence gathering event, a hearing. We were not so keen on that term, but kind of a say it like it is session where we'll be inviting young people and organizations, charities, faith groups, businesses that have actually been assisting children, young people and families during the COVID crisis. We want to find out how things have been going, to celebrate good practice, but also find out if there are things that need to be replicated in other parts of the town or in other ways, and identifying gaps. So then as a scrutiny committee, we can come up with suggestions for cabinet in their plan to be ambitious in a COVID strategy for the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cindy Hughes. Are there any questions or comment? Councillor Cruddas, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it's again in relation to paragraph 3. We've listened tonight to people from all sides of the council congratulate our officers who've been doing a magnificent job in children's services throughout the COVID, but the scrutiny committee thought there may be some extra help that the council could give to people that had uncovered other things that our services don't cover. So we're very keen to get these people on board, and hopefully we'll be able to get them from all the voluntary organisations and do some lessons learned. And hopefully in the current climate, if there are some real issues that need tackling, we might be able to squeeze a bit of money out to give these people a hand. Thank you very much.
Any comment on that, Councillor Hughes?
I'm in complete agreement with Councillor Cruddas on this. I think it'll be an excellent opportunity for us to engage with the community and to hear firsthand how things are going.
Thank you. Councillor Holroyd?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just very briefly, relating to paragraph 27F, the fact that nearly 30% of care leavers are not in employment, education or training. This seems quite high to me. Do we know statistics for the general population for comparison? And I would challenge that perhaps this figure should be in point 28 below as to things that we should push further on to reduce that figure further. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to take all questions just so we can wrap it up if there's any more, but I'm happy to answer.
Fantastic. So if you could note that one, and we've also got Councillor Layton and Councillor Cousins. Councillor Layton first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to Councillor Hughes. I just noted on paragraph 31, when you mentioned the Assistant Director of Children's Services was unable to comment on the nitrous oxide use. I just wondered why that was, if you knew at all, because certainly it's an issue I noticed, and I think many of the councillors have had it reported, and I've seen, you know, these canisters all over the Deans and in the back lane, certainly in Piermont. So I just wondered why.
Okay, and Councillor Cousins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All I want to say is that it's a comment, and it could have been really under Councillor Clark's portfolio, but it's just, we have a fantastic team of educationalists and the people who work, you know, the support staff in our schools and academies. And I just want to say, you know, well done to them all during this time. They've worked tirelessly, you know, frontline key workers as
Thank you.
everybody, you know, nurses and such as.
Councillor Cousins, it may not be relevant strictly, but
it isn't.
I'm going to allow it because it's true.
But I wanted it.
All right, you've said it. Okay, Councillor Hughes to respond, but thank you anyway, Councillor Cousins.
Thanks very much. Firstly, the Scrutiny Committee completely agrees with Councillor Holroyd in relation to the fact that care leavers 29.6%. We were told at committee that because it was under 30%, we should congratulate the authority. Now, that doesn't mean that our officers are content with that, but clearly they're doing their best to deal with that. And I also apologize for the way that these performance indicators actually appear in Q1, because repeatedly the Scrutiny Committee have been asking that they're not given in percentages, but they're given in numbers so that we can make more sense of how it's affecting human beings, young people. So in relation to that, we're not letting go of it. I don't have the figures in relation to the NEETs in the town generally, but that's the sort of question we do ask at Scrutiny. And all of the data that's available to us, you can look at that. It's included in the papers for the Scrutiny Committee. And we will follow that up, Councillor Howard, I can promise you that, and we have picked it up in the past. So just be assured of that. And you might ask that kind of a question to Councillor Clark in future. That would be a good one to keep hold of. In relation to the question about nitrous oxide, I don't know why the Assistant Director couldn't answer that. To be fair, it may be that the police have been dealing with it. Councillor Dalston said that, you know, it's on their radar. But we will come back to that. I did write to Joe Farrell on behalf of the committee. I still am awaiting a detailed response. I haven't had one, but when I do, I will share it not only with the Scrutiny Committee members, but with all councillors, because that point was raised. And in relation to Councillor Cousins, I do want to say that the education community is doing an excellent job, and also the fact that Nick Lindsay, who is a secondary school representative on the Children and Young People Committee, he's actually given assurances to the Scrutiny Committee that the schools are being brought center stage with safeguarding and with other services acting in partnership. So I completely agree. The Scrutiny Committee agree with the fact that the schools are doing a sterling job, and it's a pity they're not getting a pay rise. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I had to squeeze that in.
All right. Okay, we've got Councillor Clark who's raised his hand, and I'm conscious that you concluded on this occasion because there was some blurring by Councillor Cousins. I'm not complaining, just a statement of fact. Councillor Clark, did you want to make a brief comment?
Yeah, it's just I've got the neat figures if you want them. 16 to 18-year-olds, we have 129. 18 to 24-year-olds, there's 920, which equals 12.5%. 545 of those are aged between 18 and 21. Now, this compares with the North East average of 10.9% and a GB average of 9.2%. So clearly we are, where we don't want to be. 2019 figures for 18 to 24-year-olds was 640, so that represented 8.7%. So again, you can see the increase. However, the bit of good news, if it is good news, is that Darlington has the lowest figure in the Tees Valley, and we're the 7th lowest in the northeast. So a bit of sort of.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I don't know, Councillor Cindy Hughes, did you want to make any comment, or are you okay with that?
Well, I'd only like to say that it is a big issue, that the scrutiny committee is not complacent with those figures.
Okay.
And really, that's why I made the plea to the leader to include details as far as what is actually being done to help Darlington young people to find employment or other opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, I'm going to make a break now for 7 minutes. I can't leave this spot, and I do need to leave it for 7 minutes. That's just how it is. We're nearing the end. It's not going to be a midnight job, but if we can break now if we return at 10 past, we're probably 2 minutes past. That should suffice. But before we go, just on Councillor Clark and Councillor Hughes mentioning NEETs, just to say it's one of my mayoral priorities, mayoral youth unemployment, and I will be announcing shortly I'll be putting about £1,000 of my mayoral fund into an initiative with Middlesbrough Football Club and First Stop, looking at recently unemployed young people, a support package, and therefore I'm going to shamelessly shortly send around my Just Giving link, because I would like you all to pitch in somehow. I do have some money ready to go into this project, and it's being supported by others, but I'm sure that my generous councillor colleagues will help contribute. Thank you, and we'll be back at 10 past. recommence. Okay. Item 9C, overview of Community and Local Services Scrutiny Committee. I would invite Councillor Renton to introduce his report. Councillor Renton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask members to note the content of my report on the working of the Communities and Local Services Scrutiny Committee, which has been previously circulated. And in doing so, I'd like to say a few things. Since the last full council, we've had a rail-themed meeting, which was supposed to be hosted at the head of Steam, but ended up being remote. A lot of our concerns regarding 2025 are addressed, and as a result, the scope of our Rail 200 task and finish has reduced significantly. We also had an update on the Banktop project, which promises to transform our station into a modern world-class stop. And in terms of the work programme, when Councillor Mrs. Cully and I took over, the committee were shocked at how much we had to do throughout the year, but actually we're making great progress, and we're set to finish most of our items within the session. So all good.
Thank you, Councillor Renton. Any question or comment, please? No question or comment. Item 9D, overview of economy and resources. Could I call upon Councillor Durham to introduce his report? Councillor Durham.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would ask members to note the content of my report on the working of the Economy and Resources Scrutiny Committee as previously circulated.
Thank you, Councillor Durham. Any question or comment, please? No. I'm liking the moustache, Councillor Durham.
Not long now till it's gone.
Is it Movember? Oh, it is. I do apologise. Send me your sponsorship link. Indeed, send everyone the link. I've got to get behind you.
Thank you.
Item 9E is the overview of health and housing. Councillor Bell is here. However, he's lost his voice and is therefore unable to present his report. If there are any questions on the content of this Councillor Bell's report, I'll ask Vice Chair Councillor Donoghue to respond. Are there any questions to Councillor Donoghue on the content of Councillor Bell's report? No, thank you. Item number 10 is notice of motion, and there are 4 motions for notice for consideration this evening. Call upon Councillor Harker to move the first motion. Councillor Harker, go ahead.
Just struggling with technology. This is a motion that I hope all members will support. It's also true to say a motion that some will say, why do we need to pass this? It's common sense, it's about common decency. The charter that was attached to the bundle of papers today reflects on the fact that we are all different and that sometimes those differences give rise to disagreement. But the charter makes the point that despite those differences and sometimes disagreements, we should still afford each other respect. That said, we are all human and we are all fallible. That individual fallibility is why I would argue we should pass this motion, so that as a council, despite our individual occasional slips, we are seen to be clearly signing up to the principle of mutual respect. And therefore, I move that we, A, commend the work done by More in Common Darlington and the Joe Cox Foundation, and B, that we should adopt the United Darlington Charter. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Harker. Is that seconded?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm pleased to second this. And just to reiterate what Councillor Harker says, I think that if we do sign up to this charter, I think we have to operate within the terms of the charter, particularly to afford equal respect, trust, friendship and kindness. And I think from time to time, some people do slip, in carrying out this. So I would hope that all members will take notice of the wording of the charter and that when we sign up to it, we operate within the terms of the charter. I so second, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. So that's been moved and seconded. I'd now invite members into the debate, should they so wish. Councillor Lee, please.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. We all most certainly agree to this this motion. But I would like to make a comment about the work done by More in Common. I've been aware of More in Common for a number of years, three years anyway, and they do good work, and long may it continue. But I think, Mr. Mayor, it's also an ideal opportunity to give a thanks to many other organisations who are doing so much in Darlington. I'm thinking really of the Darlington Support Group, who has been mentioned several times this evening with their work through the COVID months. I think of the Darlington Unity Group, run and organised by our police force, who bring all our ethnic minorities together. I think of the Darlington Organisations Together network, which if anyone's been or hasn't been, I would suggest you do. And I would also add, as you would expect, Mr. Mayor, my own organisation called Celebrating Communities. It's just Port's getting a bit the best of me. Celebrating Communities, who's been going well over 5 years and done so much work to bring people together. So I do think, and I do hope that Councillor Harker and Councillor Scott will join me in not only thanking the work done by More in Common, but all the work done by the organisations I've mentioned, and all those individuals across the borough who are doing so much good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee, and why wouldn't they? Councillor Kevin Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is, absolutely a motion that I'll be supporting. It is very well intended, and I will be putting my support behind it. But before I do, I just want to reinforce what Councillor Heather Scott has said about, us all as community leaders, making sure that when we interact with one another, we do that with respect, and we do that with courtesy, and that we remember that we're all human beings, and that we most importantly act with kindness, whether we're in this building, whether we're passing someone in a corridor, or whether we're on the doorstep talking about that person. So I think it's really important that we don't just showboat here and say how, we want people to perceive how we act. We should act, and integrity usually is about what's done behind closed doors, not what's done in the platform of this meeting. So I really do want to emphasise, let's all reflect on our behaviour to one another and make sure that once this charter is passed, that we do all reflect on the behaviour going forward, because we are at the end of the day representatives of the community and we lead those people. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Could I bring in Councillor Brian Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following the untimely tragic death of Jo Cox, there's been plenty of evidence showing that she was a loving wife and mother, and I have no doubt a good MP, and something good has to come out of this tragedy. Prior to tonight's meeting, I had little knowledge of the More in Common with the Darlington Group, but I'm becoming enlightened all the time. I'm happy to support this motion, but, Mr. Mayor, it's a big but, notwithstanding the comments already previously being made. In order to do justice to this motion, we have elected members on this council who need to change, and to change quite dramatically in both attitude and behaviour. In recent months, we've had some difficult meetings, bad-tempered and acrimonious, and such behaviour doesn't necessarily provide the best results for the people of Darlington, the very people we are here to represent, not to mention the image presented to the public. We need desperately to get away from comments such as Tory scum, a phrase that was retweeted very recently by a member of this council, and something which, if we were to take this motion seriously, needs to be addressed, and addressed quickly. Mr. Mayor, as a former long-serving police officer, I'm no stranger to verbal abuse, much of it from people who were under the influence of alcohol, and most of it, to be fair, water off a duck's back, I have to say. The excuses of alcohol are not so obvious here, Mr. Mayor, and therefore I find it difficult to fathom the need for what amounts to almost hatred between groups of supposedly sensible people on this council. Mr. Mayor, we need meaningful change and not merely platitudes. I welcome this motion and will vote in favour for it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Brian Jones. Councillor Snedker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll also be voting in favour of this motion, and I'm delighted to have been involved with More in Common for some time now. And one of those things those of us who use social media, one of the positives of it is that it puts memories forward for you. It reminds you what you were doing this time last year. And as one of the organisers of the Walk for Peace in Darlington, my social media feed has been popping up with pictures from the last 4 years where we have taken members of faith groups and none around the town, meeting members of other communities and finding that, yes, indeed, we have more in common than divides us. It was a great sadness that we weren't able to put on our 5th Walk for Peace this year because of the coronavirus restrictions. And I sincerely hope, and I'm confident, we'll be back again next year, bigger and stronger than ever. The other short point I'd like to make is that the original document from which this took its inspiration was obviously the United Charter on Human Rights, and it bears some recollection of the time that it was signed shortly after the Second World War, when a generation had seen 2 world wars and millions lose their life and many millions more suffer. Why did they suffer? Because of ignorance, because of division, because of an unwillingness to find common ground. And that is why I support this charter, and I do hope that we carry forward the meaning of this charter in our professional life and our private life, and in the way we interact with everyone we meet in this town. And so I would very much like to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Snedker. Councillor McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In supporting this motion, I would like particularly to commend the work done by More in Common. It's good to hear as well from councillors that have spoken before me that they are now more aware of what they're about, because it's a fantastic organisation. And as Councillor Snedker drew attention to the fact that the peace walks have been such a feature in our calendar for so many years, it's really good to see all these organisations just continuing with business as usual in terms of bringing us together. We speak a lot about isolation, so to have a sense of unity when we're so remote is of great comfort, I know, to me at least. I have to play my little councillor card. I have to particularly commend Peter Greenwood, who is the chair of More in Common. He's a resident and a friend. He and Carol have been at the head of this for a long time, and so I know they'd be really glad to see us all in support of this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, of course, as the LGBT ambassador, I'm here to push this motion through. Something that I realised, especially in 2020, I was lucky enough to be a part of a group that we really pushed the Pride event virtual. And here as a town, I've had the backing to be the LGBT ambassador from Ms. Heather Scott and from the council, and we need to look at making this town diverse. We are here to accept everyone, and I'm really honoured that I'm actually in this position that I am. The one thing that I'm going to say is, especially what I've learned through my past and my history, is people need to be kind, people need to be there and support each other. It doesn't always happen, but we are here together going through a pandemic, and we want to fight to be the town that is open to everyone. And I'm really proud that I've got such a good backing from groups like More in Common, like the Pride event, and like Pride, and like our council. But the main thing in this going forward is being kind. And that's what we need to push forward. It isn't always the case, but this is something that I want to push forward and say, yes, our town is diverse. Our town is here and accepting of everyone. So yeah, I hope everyone else is behind me and pushing this forward. And thank you, Councillor Harker, for putting this motion forward, and to Heather for seconding it. And I think together we could be a big statement in this country. And yeah, please support this motion. Thank you. You're on mute again.
There is no failure, just learning. Councillor Howell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you know, I have the privilege of sitting in the House of Commons, and every time I go in there, I sit, and virtually, not almost opposite to where I sit, is the Joe Cox plaque on the wall. So it reminds me every time I go in of this need to be, cognizant of, what others think and all of that. And I think one of the, rays of light that have come out of COVID have been the fact that communities have come together, and the fact that hopefully it gives us a perspective on things, that some things are more important than petty squabbling sometimes. And I think that's there's learnings there for not just for the council, but for lots of people in lots of walks of life. And let's hope that that's one of the good things that comes out of it. And the only other thing I would say, we're all defined by what we do, not by what we say. And I absolutely support this motion.
I'm muted again. Councillor Dalston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, I support this motion as well. And what I said to our group on Monday night was that I see this motion as a line in the sand for us all. What's gone before us it is the past, and I'd like us all to adopt this and move forward. But particularly, what I would like to say is that we have a responsibility as community leaders and politicians to ensure that we influence people around us, and that we continue to monitor the comments that are made on our social platforms that we know are not kind and are not nice and have no place in our current society. So my ask is that we police ourselves, but we also police our forums as well, because that's within our gift. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Ali.
Mute myself. I'd just like to say a huge thank you to all our colleagues that are on the platform today, and especially just what Councillor McCollum said earlier. Huge thanks to the likes of Peter Greenwood, Carol, who is his backbone, his wife, absolutely wonderful. Their daughter Katie also does great work with the Purple Flag. Gerald Lee with Celebrating Communities, Darian Wright for all you do through music and dance, Councillor Snedker for the Walk for Peace. It's just some amazing things that we have to build unity, and ultimately, united we stand and divided we fall. And through this pandemic, I think Darlington has definitely shown through the likes of a local arts building opening Cornerstone. We do have heart, and we are definitely united, and we pull together through the likes of all the support groups. And this charter is just what we need to bring some light and joy. Thank you.
Thank you. I think. Thank you, colleagues. I think we've had a good discussion there. I'm going to sum up with some McEwenisms here. I do apologise, Councillor Scott. Did you want to make?
I'll wait until you finish, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I'm going to say a few things here, colleagues. I'm known for my sayings. I do know that, and one of my comments, but it actually has resonance, is it's nice to be important, which we all are. Sounds very trite, but it is important to be nice. And often I say that with a bit of a smirk on my face, but tonight, listening to this discussion, it applies more than ever. The second point I would make is I'm minded of the start of this meeting where we had a younger lad. I'm not going to say young, we shouldn't use the word young or old. A younger lad, an Iman, who a bit nervous, but he gave us some words of wisdom about the need to come together and work together. And we should carry those words with us. And the third point I'm going to make is we as members, we see hate and anger in our roles. I had some a couple of months ago, randomly walking the dog. Somebody knew who I was, walked by and went Labour, and then used a swear word at me. And it took some inner calm to not respond to that. So we do see a lot of hate, and I think from both sides tonight we have articulated a need to make it real and live that, set a good example. We are human, we will get this wrong, but this is what we should strive for and have some ambition to do that. The final commitment I will give is to More in Common. When I came into post, Peter Greenwood approached me, and for whatever reason, he felt that the establishment didn't wish to connect with him. Tonight, and I've said to him, that is rubbish, and I've reached out to him, and I will attend one of their meetings. But I think we've universally said there are many organisations, as Gerald's pointed out, that seek to strive to make us a better kind of place. And More in Common is one of those organisations. I will be linking in with Unity, but I will also be linking with More in Common, and I will link in with any organisation as Mayor that does strive to make us make Darlington a kinder and better place. And just to humour Councillor Mike Renton, I will get off my soapbox now. Okay, so that's been moved and seconded, but I think Councillor Scott wished to make a comment, and Councillor Barch.
Oh, right. Well, I thought that I was going to be making the last comment, but just to reflect on what you've said, Mr. Mayor, and in fact, Peter Greenwood contacted me as leader of the council, and I have obviously communicated with him, and I have been involved in More in Common activities. But in view of everything that's been said tonight, and so that we're giving a strong message out to the members of the public, I would like to ask for a named vote on this motion, Mr. Mayor.
I'm all right with that. Does Councillor Barch wish to say something?
Yes, I just want to say can you hear me okay? Yeah.
Yes.
In like this motion, obviously, I do a lot with social media and the political side of things, and over the past few months, I have witnessed on a number of opposition feeds some quite hurtful comments and hateful comments appear on these feeds that are left undeleted. And I'd just like to see some sort of reassurance from members opposite and our own members that comments that are left on these social media pages that do incite hate and negative responses are removed, or at least called out for being of that nature. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Scott, do you wish to? Have you responded, Councillor Scott, now?
No, well, all I asked for was for a named vote.
Oh, right, okay. All right. Is a named vote supported? I don't know how we do it virtually. You don't have 10 people, right?
Can I have 10 people to put up their hands?
Yeah, I'm sticking my hand up.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've got that. Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I have the rights to reply?
Yes, you may. Sorry, I do apologise, Councillor Harker. I'm losing grip. Councillor Harker to reply to the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be brief because it is late, but I just did want to reflect on a couple of things that people have said. Certainly in terms of what Councillor Lee has said, for me, one of the few things that has seemed good in COVID is the number of community groups, the number of individuals who have helped often strangers in a way that I've never seen before. And that has brought out a real strength in our community. And I've never seen it to the extent that I have over the last few months. Can I thank particularly Councillor Wright and also Councillor Howell for some of their reflections, because I thought they were very open, and I think particularly with Councillor Wright, given his background, I suspect he probably has more than many of us seen hurtful comments directed at him personally. And I thank him for his reflections about how we should behave towards one another. The final point I'd make is I feel that some of the comments that have been made tonight, we all need to reflect about the fact that we all tend to at times to assume that the actions that we're talking about are always done by others. And I think sometimes we'll need to reflect that some of those comments, some of those actions are actually done by people on our own side. And I'm speaking about all sides of the party, all sides of the chamber need to reflect on that. And that's why I chose my words very carefully when I introduced the motion. And I said that we are all fallible and we all make occasional slips. And I think the one thing I will take away from this conversation that we've had this evening is that we should all reflect on the fact that it is not others always that make these slip ups. Sometimes it's people on our own side. And I think that is the case of every party that sits around this table tonight. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, name vote has been called for. Mr. Swinhoe, can you do the doing, please?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, members, can you indicate whether you're in favour of the motion, whether you're against the motion, or whether you're abstaining the motion when I call your name out? Councillor Ali.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Baldwin. I don't think he's here. Councillor Barch.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Has indicated, you sent a message to say he agrees, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Body.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Dr. Chow.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Cousins.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Cruddus.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Crumby.
For.
Councillor Mrs. Cully.
Absolutely for.
Thank you. Councillor Curry.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Donoghue.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Dalston.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Durham.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Harker.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Hazeldine, I don't think is here. Councillor Heslop.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Holroyd.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Howell.
For.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Cindy Hughes.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Linda Hughes has given her apologies. Councillor Johnson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Jones.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Doris Jones.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Keir.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Lang.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Lister has given her apologies. Councillor Lucas.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall.
For.
Thank you. Councillor McCullum.
For.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mills.
She's indicated.
Councillor Mills has sent her for in chat.
Thank you. Councillor Newell.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Kevin Nicholson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Nicholson.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Paley.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Preston.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Renton.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Scott.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Heather Scott.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Snedker.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Tate.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Tosterman.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Wallace.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
And as a town, we should be really, really proud for.
Thank you.
That motion is carried unanimously. Am I correct? Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on. Bear with me, colleagues. Next item is we now have a motion from Councillor Wallace. Before I do that, I'm going to bring Councillor Heather Scott, the leader, in to make a joint statement. Is that okay, Councillor Heather Scott?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And can I just inform members of council that we are going to accept the motion that is put forward by Councillor Wallace and seconded by Councillor Netker to put a report to the meeting on the 12th of January 2021 in the terms of the motion. So I'd just like to say that now. I appreciate that it is quite late at night, but I think that just to state that now, it might help members. And I would also, at the end of the decision, I would like to have a named vote on it as well. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and can I thank the leader for that statement. I won't make quite the speech I was going to in the light of it. Members will be aware of the controversy that surrounds the Skirningham development. We certainly didn't, Councillor Snedker and myself didn't intend to relitigate the whole Skirningham issue this evening. That's clearly for another time within the local plan. But there are two matters, and this is the first one where we believe that it's imperative now where Cabinet, and particularly where Cabinet needs to take some action. I think we're all aware of the history of this matter from the time of the last local elections and the commitments that were made, and the consultation exercise on the Springfield Link Road that took place earlier this year. Rather, I won't say any more about that now, simply not to break any consensus that may be emerging. There are, as members will have heard me talk about in the council chamber and in cabinet meetings, but also from residents across the north and northeast of the town, some real worries about the implications for traffic and traffic management on the existing road network if Skirningham goes ahead, and also the impact on Green Lane, which is a tranquil rural bridleway. So it's very good news that Cabinet will be looking into this matter. No one wants to see the Springfield Link Road reinstated, but Cabinet really has to listen to local residents now in the time between now and the meeting in January to end the uncertainty and accept that the options of the different roads that were posited by officers across from the Ashbrook Estate all the way across to Bumpton Lane simply won't work. So just as Cabinet took a political decision back in February regarding Springfield Link Road, I look forward to reading the report that is tabled before Cabinet in the new year, and then I would hope that something similar is done there. So I'm delighted a consensus has emerged, Councillor Scott, and I look forward to, I would hope, everybody supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wallace. Is that seconded?
It is, Mr. Mayor. As I said, it's lovely to see that we have this this motion accepted in full by the ruling group. So I'm thankful for that. Echoing what Councillor Wallace said, this wasn't an attempt to rehash the local plan. The views of myself and other Darlington Green Party members are well known on that. But it does bear saying that it seemed to many people in Darlington that the decision to remove the access road through Springfield Park was done relatively swiftly in their eyes, and with a confident reassurance that taking out this strategic road was relatively simple. People were told that doing so wouldn't cause any problems and was held up as an example of the group listening to residents and doing a good thing. Now, at the time, questions were asked about unintended consequences of removing that road, but we were told that those questions weren't founded and that any future investigation would have to wait for detailed plans. So I'm glad to see that the Cabinet are willing to accept a report. And I hope that we will see residents in the area of the roads in this motion receiving the same level of assurance than those residents in the area of Springfield Park. Thank you.
That's been moved and seconded. And now invite members to enter into discussions on the motion. I would say that I would not wish to curtail any debate or discussion, but the leader has signalled certainly her position. Councillor Keir.
I'm supporting this motion, Mr. Mayor, but I take exception to what Councillor Snedker said there. It's absolutely not true what he said. I think he's misrepresented what's happened and the timelines that have gone through. I thought the consensus would take this through, but I just can't sit back and listen to what Councillor Snedker's saying without reacting. I think when we look back at the timelines on this and we look at how things transpired, I think there's a totally different story that would come from that, and I think that'll be something that we can debate later. But I just can't let that go. I think Councillor Snedker's representation is unfounded. I think it's false, and I don't think I should say any more about it just now, because I think it's just it's no representative of what actually happened, and I'll leave it at that. Mr.
Thank you, Councillor Keir. You've made that point. Any further question or comment before we wrap up the debate? Okay, Councillor Wallace to reply to the debate.
I'm not going to say any more, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Okay. Right. I think we're going to move to a vote. There was some suggestion of a named vote. Councillor Scott, is somebody calling for a named vote? I can't recall.
Well, yes, I did say a named vote so that we just know just exactly where we are on this.
Right. Okay. Okay, we've got the number. Mr. Swinhoe, can you do the do?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, as before, 4 against, abstain. Councillor Ali.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
4.
Councillor Baldwin is not with us. Councillor Barch.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
Councillor Bell's indicated 4 in the chat.
4. That's a 4.
Councillor Boddy.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Dr. Cho.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Cousins.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Cruddas.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Crumby.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Cully.
Still become Councillor Mrs. Cully.
Councillor Mrs. Cully. Well, I'll come back then to Councillor Cully. Councillor Curry.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Donoghue.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Dalston.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Durham.
4.
Thank you.
4.
Councillor Harker.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Hazeldown is not with us. Councillor Heslop.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Holroyd. Thank you. Councillor Howell.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Cindy Hughes.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Linda Hughes is not with us. Councillor Johnson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Jones.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Doris Jones.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Keir.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Lang.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Lister has given her apologies. Councillor Lucas.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall.
4.
Thank you. Councillor McCullum.
Councillor McCullum.
Councillor McCullum.
Yes, 4.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Mr. Mayor.
4.
Thank you. I think Councillor Mills had given an indication that she was in favour on the chat. Councillor Newell.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Kevin Nicholson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Nicholson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Paley.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Preston.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Scott.
4.
Councillor Mrs. Heather Scott.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Snedker.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Tate.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Tosterman.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Wallace.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
4.
Thank you. And then Councillor Mrs. Cully.
4. Mutant Gremlins.
Mr. Swinhoe, you missed out Councillor Renton.
Yeah.
I do apologise. Councillor Renton.
4.
Thank you. Anyone else missed out? Thank you.
That's unanimous. Okay, microphone on mute, Mr. Swinhoe. Okay, moving on now to item motion C.
Mr. Mayor, could I be consistent and just say that, yes, the controlling group agree for this to be referred to the Cabinet meeting on the 12th of January.
Many thanks, Leader. Miss Councillor Paley, how do you wish to proceed?
Okay, well, I have got a speech. I might as well say a few things, if that's okay.
Yes, all right.
So, obviously, the Springfield Field is a valid local resource, and there's no comparable green areas which can be used as an alternative park. Springfield Park is the ideal location for parkland because it is in between two estates with another community across the road, the A1150. So it is extremely important to local residents. So they will be really happy that everyone's in agreement with this motion. Thank you.
Okay, is that seconded?
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry, I never heard that.
Yes.
Sorry, yes.
No volume. Okay, that's seconded. Do you wish to speak?
Yes, I would like to, please. Okay. Just to set out briefly, this piece of land has been in use and registered as a park since at least 1934. So obviously the local campaigners wanted to obtain a deed of dedication for Springfield Park as a field in trust when the contested link road was withdrawn from it in order to protect it in perpetuity as a green space. Obviously they were told that the park is protected and they shouldn't worry, but I think this does set out that it's a trust issue for local residents. You can understand that there have been concerns, and so yeah, they would like to protect the park in the way that they would like to, so that road building, etc., can't be put through it in future. Obviously, that trust was slightly shaken further by coronavirus and the delays that it caused, residents being told that there wasn't time to address it. So that wouldn't have helped. We don't know if that was intentional, but I can understand that to residents it felt that it was intentional, that their issue they were concerned about was being delayed. The residents just wish to know where they stand. This motion doesn't preempt a decision either way, but they're just concerned to know what issues are considered important by the council, so that they know where they stand. And finally, in setting out this situation for a local resident who happened to have been a councillor elsewhere, they were quite surprised that this council hadn't previously registered and dedicated other parks and green spaces and playing fields as fields in trust previously. So perhaps this is something that we should consider looking into more broadly across the whole town. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. It's been moved and seconded. I would invite members to enter into debate. I've got Councillor Kevin Nicholson, who's got a raised hand. Kevin?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor, it was just an accident.
Okay, don't worry. Any further question or comment? Councillor Heather Scott? You're on mute, Heather. You're copying me.
You probably wished that it had been muted. Can I ask for a name vote on this one as well, please?
Not a problem, not a problem. Does anybody else support Councillor Heather Scott's desire for a name vote? We've got one, we've got two, three. Mr. Swinhoe, could you oblige?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So members, as before, Councillor Ali.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
4.
Councillor Baldwin is not with us. Councillor Barch.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Bell.
2 it'll be. It's indicated on group chat 4.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Boddy.
Sounds rich.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Dr. Chu.
It's 4.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Cousins.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Cruddas.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Crumby.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Cully.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Curry.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Donoghue.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Dalston.
4.
Councillor Durham.
4.
Councillor Harker.
4.
Councillor Hazeldine is not with us. Councillor Heslop.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Holroyd.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Howell.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Cindy Hughes.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Linda Hughes has given her apologies. Councillor Johnson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Jones.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Doris Jones.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Keir.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Lang.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Lister has given her apologies. Councillor Lucas.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall.
4.
Thank you. Councillor McCullum.
4.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Mills. I think she's indicated in favour. Councillor Newell.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Kevin Nicholson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Nicholson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Paley. Councillor Paley.
4.
Thank you.
4.
Councillor. Thank you. Councillor Preston.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Renton.
4.
Thank you.
Ends again.
Councillor Andy Scott.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Heather Scott.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Snedker.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Tate.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Tosterman.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Wallace.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Wright. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Having tallied the vote, I can inform you that was unanimous. Moving on to motion number 4. I would call upon Councillor Snedker to move the final motion. Councillor Snedker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't intend to read the motion out to councillors.
That's a relief. I didn't mean it that way, Councillor Snedker. Sorry.
That's quite right. However, obviously, I would like to speak to the motion at this point. I believe that's my turn now. Yeah. Okay. So at its heart, this motion is a need to restore public confidence in a council's intentions to treat the emergency we face with the seriousness and the urgency it deserves. By amending the climate emergency in the way it did 16 months ago, this council found itself in the 8% least ambitious councils in the country. This council set up a climate change working group to offer council the opportunity to engage with organisations that have already drawn up policies and made the plans needed to meet this challenge ahead, and to allow the political groupings that form this council to put forward and develop ideas in one place. And it had the opportunity to engage with the public in a way that demonstrated openness and a willingness to listen. Rather than maximise this opportunity, the group was, I'm afraid, systematically undermined. Meetings were cancelled without warning or consultation. The frequency of these meetings were monthly, and this was cut to quarterly and then twice yearly, again without warning or consultation with members of the group. And when the group engaged in exploring ideas that had worked in other authority areas, it was then instructed to merely concern itself with monitoring progress. Eventually, this continued undermining led the chair to feel that their position was untenable. They tendered their resignation. Fortunately, this letter remained unanswered for over a week. There is significant work to do, and confidence among the public is at an all-time low. Why is that? Well, maybe it's when money was spent to encourage people to drive into town, the papers presented to council was that there was maybe an impact on carbon emissions, showing a lack of focus and understanding on the need to tackle the emergency. More alarmingly still, a decision to spend £2.8 million building strategic infrastructure at Neasham Road was marked as having no sustainability issues at all. Now, either the council has developed a way of undertaking these works that is zero carbon, which we'd like to know about, or there's a lack of understanding on what tackling a climate emergency actually entails. As I said at the beginning, there is a lack of confidence among the public that the council is prepared to take the climate emergency seriously. And if we don't, it's not just the council's reputation that will suffer. It's increasingly clear that the costs of moving to a sustainable way of working are lower than originally feared and falling, while the cost of not changing and getting stuck in the past are rising, and public concern about their children's future is rising too. So why would the council hamper itself further by removing the climate change working group? The fear amongst the public is that this move is to dampen ambition and to quieten alternative views. Let's put the public's fear at rest by asking the Cabinet to reverse their decision that closed down this group. Let's give members confidence in the group with terms of reference so that it can do its work unhindered. And let's demonstrate that the climate emergency motion passed some 16 months ago was something that we all believed in and intended to act on with the urgency it demands.
Thank you, Councillor Snedker. Is that seconded?
Yes, it is, and I'd like to reserve my right to speak later.
Okay, thank you. So that's been moved and seconded. I'd now invite members to enter into discussion. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What Councillor Snedker's just said has actually filled me with dismay and horror. I understood that our council had engaged somebody who was very, very experienced in this particular area. And sorry, who's
Councillor Allen, carry on. I think somebody was trying to interrupt there. Just carry on, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I understood that we had engaged somebody who was very experienced within this field. I automatically presumed that they would be working with our working group. I'm absolutely mortified to sort of feel that this has all just come to a grinding halt. So I heartily concur with Councillor Snedker on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kevin Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, like a lot of people, very supportive of climate change, really understand how much of an impact it will have on not just the medium term, but in the long term and for future generations. I think for me, though, as the former leader of the independent group, and the feedback that I received from members who attended the climate change group was that those meetings, unfortunately, were not productive, and they were a waste of officer time. And as a cabinet member, I, who leads the portfolio of housing, where 40% of the UK's emissions come from housing, didn't get a single update from that group about what it wanted my department to do. But I'm pleased that even without the support of the Climate Change Working Group, we are committing £1 million to energy efficiency from the housing revenue account. So we are taking measures as a council to combat climate change. I am very passionate about it. But what I do feel is for members across the piece, that if you get involved and have conversations with the Cabinet, then you might find that those decisions are made. But I think if you have meetings that last for hours and hours and really have no output or productivity relating to climate change, then you might find that that group doesn't last very long. And it isn't a decision that Cabinet made to withdraw the group, I'm sorry to say. It was members of that group had decided to withdraw from that group because it was no longer productive. Like I said, Mr. Mayor, that's all I want to say on that.
Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could I just say that listen to Councillor Snedker, and I'm amazed. I think a lot of what he said does not reflect the reality of the situation in total. The Climate Change Working Group was set up as a cross-party group in order to counter any political group attempting to make political capital from our climate change ambitions, which I feel Councillor Snedker and the Green Party are now trying to do, judging by the resources put behind from what he calls the public, but what really are members of his Green Party and Friends of the Earth to belittle members. However, unfortunately, with the resignation of his chair and the withdrawal of the independents from this group, it is no longer possible to maintain that cross-party approach. The remit of the group was to produce a climate change action plan to facilitate the council to cut its own carbon emissions. This was always envisaged to be a high-level plan, as group members, indeed we as councillors, do not possess the requisite expertise or experience to develop the technically detailed and resourced action plan that follows from this high-level plan. The plan, as envisaged, has been successfully delivered in the form of our climate change strategy that identifies our strategy for carbon management, the principles for action, methodology, and potential work areas. And it's true that the Climate Change Working Group has been instrumental in its development, thereby meeting its remit in full. Developing these 4 key functions into a detailed and technical action plan that is specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound is a highly technical activity for which group members do not have the wherewithal to deliver. In addition, it is an operational responsibility to be undertaken by our senior officers applying their professional and technical expertise within their particular disciplines and departments, not a role for councillors. Councillor Snedker raises the issue of communication in his motion. Well, communication is a two-way process, and Cabinet has never received a single progress report from the Climate Change Working Group, updating us of progress, direction of travel, etc. It was only through my regular meetings with officers, including our Sustainability and Climate Change Lead Officer, that I was apprised of this. However, did Cabinet adopt the laissez-faire approach to the Climate Change Working Group, as suggested by Councillor Snedker? Yes, I guess we did. But this was somewhat of a conscious decision to show there were no accusations of applying undue pressure for political reasons, as I mentioned earlier, and to demonstrate our confidence in this group, which consisted of senior councillors fully aware of their remit, that they would deliver the high-level action plan in a non-political way. As we all know, this council operates on the Cabinet system, within which Cabinet members are responsible and accountable for their actions within their portfolios, whilst recognising the separation of executive and operational responsibilities. It is for this reason that Cabinet believes that the most effective way of delivering the detailed and technical action plan and the projects included in it is by each Cabinet member taking on board that responsibility and accountability within their portfolio, with oversight by a scrutiny committee and regular reports to Council. Allowing an unaccountable group to undertake this duty, as Councillor Snedker appears to want, risks undermining the Cabinet system and potentially creating confusion. So to summarise, a group representing all parties can no longer be formed. The Climate Change Working Group has delivered its remit in full without political bias. The development and implementation of the detailed action plan is an operational responsibility, and Cabinet members responsible and accountable for driving forward the climate change actions will deliver our climate change ambitions effectively. For these reasons, I believe the Climate Change Working Group should not be continued and cannot support this motion. However, I'd like to say that as individual councillors, we all have the opportunity to question and challenge the progress being made on climate change ambitions and to bring forward useful suggestions to assist those ambitions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Could I bring in Councillor Brian Jones, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Snedker referred to public confidence and public concern without giving any evidence of such things whatsoever. I mean, who's he been talking to? Was his neighbour across the fence or what? I don't know. It's very difficult to take him seriously when he's not providing any details or any evidence of what he's been doing or who he's been talking to. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to say I've been surprised and disappointed by both the tone and the content from the Conservatives and the Independents this evening. Members who've been on the authority a little while will remember that in the various earliest days of awareness of environmental degradation and the need for the council to respond, the Agenda 21 process, for example, this was always dealt with on a cross-party basis because it was recognised just how big the issues were. But I'm afraid the messages we've heard this evening from Councillor Marshall and others is that, well, officers know best and the Cabinet knows best. Council, this issue of climate change is the greatest challenge we face. It may be, and I think it is, the greatest challenge that any generation or generations will have faced. And in my experience, the more people that have input, direct input into the process, the better the outcome is most likely to be. So I am concerned that there is sometimes a bit of a trend with this Cabinet and this authority that Cabinet has to control matters. If anything, I thought Councillor Snedker's motion was a little cautious, and I would like to see it widen still further to include far more public interaction. Maybe that will come in time. I think if this motion is voted down this evening, we've missed an opportunity. I think the outcomes, as far as the actions of this authority are concerned, will be weakened as a result, but I'm sure it's a matter that we will be returning to. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Scott, Heather Scott.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would certainly challenge the comments that Councillor Snedker made to that we're not taking climate change seriously. Yes, we are, and that's exactly why we have taken the decision that we have, that all Cabinet members have to take into account any decisions that they take, that climate change has to be considered. I think Councillor Wallace is saying he would like to see more people involved, and that's exactly why now all members of council can get involved. Reports come to Cabinet, reports will go regularly to the council meetings. There is the scrutiny process, so it does give more people the opportunity to have involvement. And as Councillor Marshall said, it was set up as a cross-party working group, and it can no longer be cross-party because of the resignations of certain people. And I have to say that your own group, Councillor Wallace, I think there's been 3 different people on that working party, so there has been no consistency. We have got a very experienced officer who is, that's her task to take this forward. I am involved in the climate change operation within the Tees Valley. I'm attending a conference with Margaret to see what's happening nationally. So I'm taking it very seriously. And I think it's time that we all work together. And, Councillor Snedker said we're losing the confidence, the council's losing confidence of the public. Well, I have to say that the people that I come into contact with, that is absolute nonsense. And I think Councillor Jones was saying the same thing. So I would urge people to vote against this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
You're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Kew. We've got 3 more. Councillor McCollum, 3 more at the moment. Councillor McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I urge people to support this motion? Purely because, well, I think the arguments have already been made, quite frankly. I'm quite shocked by the tone of this debate and the attacks personally aimed at councillors in this regard. I really was not expecting this in this discussion. If I can address several points that have been made, when Councillor Brian Jones and Councillor Mrs. Heather Scott refer to having not been contacted on this matter, I have had residents reach out to me specifically on this matter to ask that I make representation for it to be reinstated. It is vital that we have public trust, and at the moment there is not a perfect way to engage people more broadly. I've been contacted by the Climate Action Group, by Extinction Rebellion representatives, members of Friends of the Earth. Certainly, I was expecting something in more detail. I think there's still a valid reason for a working group. I realise that there may not be cross-party representation as it is, which would be disappointing, because I think there are many different perspectives to this that we can use to approach it. But I struggle with the statements made by both Councillor Marshall and Mrs. Heather Scott with regards to question and challenging across the Cabinet. If you look at the council plan that has just been accepted, there is but one mention of climate change. It is not across all portfolios. It is not represented. It remains in one scrutiny, which does not have full cross-group representation. So I urge colleagues to reconsider and reinstate this group. The Cabinet may set terms in terms of reporting, which it perhaps didn't do last time. But to do so would create greater trust and hopefully greater organisation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCollum. Could I bring Councillor Heslop in?
Yeah. Just to say, I agree with everything Councillor McCollum has just said, and I do take issue. I've been contacted by various people on the issue of climate change. A lot of people that I would have thought, you know, they wouldn't have been interested in, but it is actually quite important to a lot of people. Certainly some of the people I speak to in Cockerton. And I just want to take issue with Councillor Marshall, actually. I listened to his comments and I was pretty horrified, actually. This is a very top-down approach that he says. And I would have thought something like the climate change, you know, committee, it would have been great for the council to reach out and work with a lot of other groups. There was a lot of groups out there. I'm not a member, just to clear it. I'm not a member of Friends of the Earth. I'm certainly not a Green member, party member. But there's a lot of people out there who do have a lot of knowledge. And I've listened to them over the years. And sometimes, you know, I'm frightened to get involved because they always seem to know a lot more. So just to say that Cabinet and officers know best, I think it's a pretty poor show on behalf of the Cabinet. Thank you.
Councillor Lee.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you'll appreciate, this is quite a personal thing to me, and if I may say so, something that makes me very angry. Despite any party loyalty, I've got to agree with Councillor Snedker and Councillor Holdroyd's motion. And I should imagine Councillor Snedker won't be very happy either, because the comment he's been rubbished. Well, I can just confirm that everything that he has said has been right. The Climate Change Working Party have been undermined, and its terms of reference have been changed without any explanation whatsoever to this council's motion set in 2019. Now, I've had a hell of a lot I've written here, but I'm going to try and summarise this, Mr. Mayor.
Could you do it briefly, please, Councillor Lee? And I know you're very passionate about this.
I am passionate, and
but it is late at night.
I appreciate there being things late at night, but as being said by Councillor McCollum and other people, this is an extremely important subject,
yes, I know.
The most important subject. Very briefly, when we were set up, there were virtually three things. One, we were to set a climate action plan, not the strategy plan, the action plan. We had no decision making, and our committee, albeit small, would be able to expand as and when time and the job demanded. I've got to emphasize that all group members worked together very well with lots of enthusiasm in and out of the meeting, no political shenanigans and no point scoring. Simply a desire and a determination to satisfy the Council's objective to reduce our carbon emissions to net zero by 2050. And yes, 2030 if possible. Over the 10 months that we worked, we have met with housing officers, planning officers, Durham County Council Climate Change lead officer. We've met the Darlington Forest Group, our youth MP, members of the committee, and we have been in communication with the Darlington Climate Change Group itself. And since February, we've been delighted to work very closely with our Sustainability and Climate Change Officer since she joined the authority. The Climate Change Officer, I would emphasise, is doing such a wonderful job. But while the Working Party has been working very seriously and hard, contrary to Councillor Nicholson's comment that we hadn't done it, we're a waste of officers' time, despite that innate comment, I've got to emphasise that in all the months and all the group meetings we've had, in all these council meetings, not one cabinet member has asked me what we're doing. They've made no challenges to us. They've made no suggestions about what we should be doing. And the numerous emails that I've sent them, I haven't had one response. Emails initially, Mr. Mayor, were gentle ones, just asking about support. And admittedly, as with time, they got a bit more aggressive. The kind of support we were after is what Councillor Marshall is now saying that the cabinet members have come up with, which is to identify directors and invite them to start leading. We pushed this from way back last January. We accept that we haven't got the knowledge, but we also accept that the directors need to be in place now, or then, sorry, 8-9 months ago, to give them as much time as they possibly can have to look at and think about how they can reduce their emissions in their own department. That is a fact. That is, I've got in writing, and I've got it in writing several times. Since then, as Councillor Snetka has identified, decisions have been made without any due courtesy either to me or to the committee. The decision to move from our monthly meetings to 3 months meetings was delivered in a very formal letter signed by the leader, signed by the portfolio holder, and signed by Mr. Williams. No thought, no talking, just that was it. And then later, through, again, Councillor Snetka, he sent me an email saying, do you know anything about this? And it was a copy of a letter from a resident who had received a letter from our leader saying that we're no longer doing 3 meetings a year, we are doing 2 meetings a year. Now, given those conditions, given that total lack of interest in the climate change working party, who were hell-bent on actually creating and doing things that we've been asked to do, can you wonder why I resigned? Anybody with anything between his ears would realise that I was wasting my time, and more importantly, and as importantly, wasting the time of opposition councillors who themselves were all senior leaders in their party. Now, has anyone explained to me why we were taken down? No. Did we stand on people's toes? Did we upset officers? Because we were quite keen to move on. Our attitude was, yes, there are reasons why you can't do things. What we were intent and what we were driving forward was, yes, but how do we actually move this forward? Because move we forward, we have got to do. Financial considerations is critical, but when you're talking about climate change, you're talking about decisions which are being made which don't necessarily have the normal justification, full stop. It's decisions at times which have simply got to be made because it is to reduce our climate emissions. The only comment which was ever given to me about why I didn't get any responses to my emails, which was from the leader in a group meeting, was simply they didn't have any time to do that because of COVID. And I would put it to this committee, if you don't have any time to simply write on an email and send it back and simply say acknowledged or noted, how the hell are they going to find time to drive this large, tremendous project forward? The whole
Gerald.
Well, I'm just coming to the
yes,
conclusion,
okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
The committee has been undermined at a time when, as I think it was Councillor Heslop mentioned, it's not just about creating a climate change within the group. The climate change group must engage with schools, Northumbrian Water, electricity companies, the Northern Gas, the Environment Agency, parish councils, local action groups, individuals, just to name but a few. And there, of course, we need to give a lot of consultation to the people. From what I have seen and what I have heard and what I have listened to, I have no confidence whatsoever in the present cabinet doing that. And the group, as suggested by Councillor Snetka, is the way to go forward. Mr. Mayor, I would love to take all the other points which were thrown at us by Councillor Nicholson and whoever, Councillor Marshall, but I do appreciate time is getting on.
Thank
so
you.
I will rest my case there. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I bring in Councillor Harker, please? I'm conscious I don't wish to curtail debate, so let's try and be crisp and concise. Councillor Harker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will try and be brief. Can I firstly thank Councillor Lee for his comments, and apologies to him for what I'm about to say. I had my suspicions, and they've now been confirmed from what Councillor Lee has said, that the reason he'd resigned was well, essentially what he said, that he was pushed into that position because he'd been undermined quite consistently all along. I'd heard rumours that he'd had emails that were not being answered, and yeah, I'm not surprised he resigned. The point I'd wanted to make was that the email that I'd received from Councillor Marshall informing me that the group was being wound up had a very disingenuous argument in it, and it was simply this: that the independents had withdrawn from that group, and that the chair, who was a Conservative, had resigned from the group, and that therefore the group was no longer cross-party. And if ever I've seen an absolutely nonsensical argument, this is it. If the independents choose to withdraw from the group, then fine, that's up to them. Jerry isn't the only Conservative member. Surely in amongst the other 21 Conservatives, there could have been found another Conservative to chair that group. And the fact that one group walks away from it doesn't mean that the other groups still want to participate and form a cross-party group as much as they can. And I felt that it was an argument construed just to have a reason to get rid of that group, because that's what it was about. It was about getting rid of that group and finding an excuse to do just that. Why that was wanted to be done, I don't know, but it was quite clear from that email what Cabinet was after was to destroy that group, shut it down and move on. And quite clearly from what Councillor Lee has said this evening, I've heard all I need to know to confirm my suspicions all along that that's what the Cabinet was trying to do, and was shut down that group for reasons I do not know. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
You're on mute, Mr. Mayor.
I'm losing my edge. Stephen, Councillor Tate, please. I do apologise. I was shouting your name and I was thinking, why isn't he responding? Go for it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the independent that sat on the Climate Change Committee, I came to the conclusion that it wasn't productive, and that was my own opinion. So I did withdraw from the group. Ultimately, as all members of this council, we should all have an input to climate change. I believe in climate change and that we need to act quickly. But I just didn't feel like a group of one person from each group was going to achieve that. I do believe myself that it is going to work better following the setup of the council currently. So everybody, through scrutiny, including full council meetings like this, will be able to challenge climate change through the reports from the respective cabinet members. There isn't anything else I've got to say for that, because I think it's being covered by everybody else. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. As mayor, I'm actually the member, but I'm going to not comment, which is highly unlike me on this occasion. Not because it's late at night, but I do think I need to maintain some neutrality. You can probably read it in my biography, my thoughts on this issue. But right. So I'm going to ask Councillor Holroyd to reply to the debate.
19 you very much, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, by the letter of this motion, I think that this council should stick to the letter of the motion which was approved in July 2019 to set up a cross-party working group to develop the climate change action plan and milestones to work towards net carbon neutral by 2050. The action plan is in development, but not yet completed. Key milestones on the council's route to decarbonisation have not yet been determined, and the council has certainly not yet achieved net zero. Hence, this working group still has an essential job to do to work further on all of these. What Councillor Marshall said is not true. The chair of this meeting, Councillor Gerald Lee, did feed back his progress reports to the Economy and Resources Scrutiny Committee. Councillor Brian Jones, in the point he made about the public not caring about climate change, Unfortunately, he's wrong. I can refer him to two sources of information. APSI, the Association for Public Service Excellence, there's an APSI Energy Group. They carried out a effectively market research survey last year, and they found that climate change was one of the top concerns amongst the public. Similarly, the government's Independent Climate Change Committee showed strong support for urgent action on climate change amongst the British public. Whilst the aims of the original motion passed in 2019 were curtailed to only the council's own emissions and only by 2050, as Councillor Snedker has pointed out, only 8% of other councils' climate emergency declarations leave it this late. The Conservative group stated at the time that they aspired to go further and faster. The Climate Change Working Group sought to help with that aim by reviewing what actions would improve life and the economy of Darlington by driving forward action on climate change. As I stated back last year, most actions needed to tackle climate change will also improve the local economy, as well as people's quality of life, health, activity levels, improve access to jobs and services, reduce fuel poverty, and so many other benefits. It would surely be a no-brainer to push forward with those things which are beneficial and easy, low-hanging fruit now, whilst we work out how to meet the harder challenges later. The impetus was being well provided by this group, yet it seems such positive cross-party action is to be undermined, then stomped on. I can only conclude that this challenged the ruling group or its cabinet in some way. I thank Councillor Tate for his contribution and suggest that one solution to widening input to this discussion and debate would be to open it up to a climate assembly to have wider input from community groups and businesses in the town as well. I feel empathy for the pain of the ruling group. They seem to be struggling with a new and fast-changing topic, which they don't realise that the majority of the public are concerned about. I can understand that people bringing up forward-thinking ideas may be seen as a challenge. When presented with differing ideas, we as human beings have two possible options. We can explore these new ideas. We can break them down into manageable pieces and discuss them, come to a consensus on how to deal with them. However, it seems this council has picked the innate reaction to pull up the barricades, shut out those new and scary ideas. This is disappointing. Finally, and it's almost irrespective of the topic, though of course it has been stated this is mentioned by the government as the most critical issue of our time. This is an issue about how we as a council and you as the ruling group want to be known. Is it as one which abides by the policies it creates and the motions it votes through, or one which twists and breaks its own rules? I would clearly rather it was the former, particularly when those policies were set for the betterment of the town. But if, as rule breakers, you, would become known as an authority that the public and other councillors could not trust. This issue of lack of public trust was key to the previous motion that was put forward, I feel. And many of our residents watching this meeting online now or watching back later will take their cue as to whether they can trust their council from the reaction of the ruling group to this motion tonight. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Holroyd. Councillor Snedker to reply to the debate, if he so wishes.
I have no further reply to make, Councillor McKeon. I would like to call a named vote, though, please.
Okay, is a named vote supported? Yeah, okay. That is supported. Mr. Swinhoe, can you prepare that, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, members, as before, Councillor Ali.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Baldwin is not with us. Councillor Barch. Councillor Barch. I'll come back to Councillor Barch. Councillor Bell. Councillor Bell. Okay, come back to Councillor Bell. Councillor Body.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Dr. Chow.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Cousins.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Cruddas. Councillor Cruddas. Okay, I'll come back to Councillor Cruddas.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Crumby.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Cully.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Curry.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Donoghue.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Dalston.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Durham.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Harker.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Hazeldown is not with us. Councillor Heslop.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Holroyd.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Howell.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Cindy Hughes.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Linda Hughes has given her apologies. Councillor Johnson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Brian Jones.
Against.
Councillor Mrs. Doris Jones.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Keir.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Lang.
Against.
Councillor Layton.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Lee.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Lister has given her apologies. Councillor Lucas.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor McCollum.
4.
Mr. Mayor.
Oh.
Councillor Mills, I think, was against. Councillor Newell.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Kevin Nicholson.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Michael Nicholson.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Paley.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Preston.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Renton.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Andy Scott.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Heather Scott.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Snedker.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Tate.
Against.
Thank you. Councillor Tosterman.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Wallace.
4.
Thank you. Councillor Wright.
Against.
Thank you. If you just give us a moment. Thank you.
I never got to vote. You skipped.
Much. What are you for or against?
Against.
Oh, that was 2 voices there. Just it was you, Councillor Barch.
There was Councillor Bell's not taken into account as well. He went on group chat as against.
Okay, we've got Councillor Bell on group chat as against. Have you got that?
Yeah.
And you've also got Councillor Mills as against, yes? All right.
And Councillor Bell.
Yeah, we've got that one. Mr. Swinhoe and I are working like a well-oiled machine. Okay.
I wonder if Lisa made a mistake. Not surprised that Lorraine.
Go on mute.
Heather, you're on mute. Heather, you're on mute. Mute.
Right, I'm tired. Right, the motion is carried. Item number 11 is membership changes. Oh, sorry, I do apologise. I really do apologise about this, colleagues. Right, so in terms of for, there were 25 votes. Against, there were 20. Therefore, the motion is carried. Moving on, colleagues, to item number 11, which is membership changes. Are there any membership changes this evening?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I move that Councillor Kevin Nicholson be appointed as this council's representative on the Tees Valley CCG's Primary Care Commissioning Committee.
Is that seconded, or do we need to second that?
Don't think you need to second it.
All right, noted. Any further changes? Membership changes? Are we agreed?
Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Harker.
Thank you. I have two changes. Can I remove Councillor Linda Hughes from Children and Young People's Scrutiny Committee meeting? And can I remove Councillor Cindy Hughes from Planning Committee? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So we have a number of changes that have been moved. Are we all in favour? Please raise your hands if you're in favour. That is carried. Thank you, members. That concludes the business of the council meeting this evening. And in conclusion, I would say a number of things. One, I know it's been a long session. I did actually think it could have been longer, actually, but there you go. The second thing is, can I thank you all for the way that we've conducted ourselves? I think it's been a really positive meeting. Hopefully you'll agree with that. And the third thing is, this is the last meeting before Christmas. I will be writing to you and seeking to send you all a little gift. Don't get too excited. But I would genuinely wish you all a Merry Christmas. These are very, very challenging times, both in our roles representing our communities, but also as members of families in very uncertain, stressful and challenging times. And I genuinely wish you all of the best. And remember, don't forget, it is my birthday on Christmas Day. But on that note, good night.
Good night, all.
Good night, Mr.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Thank you very much.
It's mine.